Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack and hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to today's stream. It is Tuesday, the 11th of the 11th. That's right. If you are not acquainted with this tradition, let me be the first to tell you it is today Remembrance Day as the 11th of the 11th. And on this very special occasion, we traditionally, at this exact time, I know I'm a little bit late, but usually at this time, the 11th hour, we will do a minute silence in remembrance of all the people that have served. This is obviously a tradition that is recognized in Australia. And so I think, it's good to pay respects because there is a enormous body of working people all around the world that are the ones that are thrown as cannon fodder into the wars of the bourgeoisie over the last, couple of 100 years, let's be honest. And so, yes, let us, as Dilemmas is saying, what up, give up your respect for our fallen diggers. That is right. And diggers is the right term. Actually, let's use that because it is, as I was saying, usually the working people of the world who get thrown into the thick of it. And so let us remember all of the working people that have made the ultimate sacrifice and beyond that sacrifice greatly in order for us to live in the type of world that we live in today. Even with all of its flaws, it's a working project and we're making it better. So let's just take... That's how you know he isn't a dirty commie. He respects our fallen heroes. Well, look, I think we can all respect, people that have made big sacrifices for us to have, in the hope of us having a dignified existence, and we are continuing that tradition. That is our mission to ensure that there weren't sacrifices made in vain, and we will ensure we all have a dignified existence. So, without further ado, let us just have a minute's silence in remembrance, as like I said, especially for all of the working people that are the ones that, like I said, usually the cannon fodder for the capitalist classes. So, let us start now, please. All right. Thank you very much. I hope you were able to join us in the moment's silence there. If you're, just joining us now wondering what the hell is going on, we just did a minute silence for Remembrance Day, of course, because it is a special day. And I think it's important for us, just like I was alluding to before, to recognize the fact that it is usually the working people of the world that are thrown into these conflicts. It's the upper classes who start them, and they usually find ways to weasel their way out of serving in them or fighting in them, unless they're just looking for glory. But most of the time, they protect their offspring and, make sure that they don't have to go to war, let's say. So I think it is important, as Dilemma has suggested already, it's important to respect these people. Never forget Germany's first loss in World War II was our boys in Africa. There you go. I had to stop typing midway, lol. I'm at 10:36, but I will throw our lads another minute at 11. Ah, okay, right. Okay, got it. Different time zone. Well, you get to to do it twice today. Lucky you. And yeah, let us just remember. I have spoken to veterans of World War II throughout my life, and many of them were staunch labor activists. And like when I say labor, I mean people involved in the labor movement, not specifically the Labor Party, although they were probably labor voters as well. But they served, they fought for their country. They were lucky enough to return and relatively unscathed by that experience. But they were all for thinking that they were making a world better for the working people out there, which is what we try and do here. So I think it's important to take a moment to remember. And so I'm glad it just so it coincides that the start of the stream is around 11 a.m. So it's good to be able to recognize that, and we didn't miss it. So that is not the theme of today, though. If you're wondering, and if you're watching, let me know by doing the roll call if you're hanging out today. And we are going to be looking at a few topics that seem to be coming up a bit at the moment. We're first and foremost going to look at this idea of techno-feudalism. Now, if you know this stream, if you've been around here for long enough, you've definitely heard me drop this terminology before, and you would have definitely heard some discussion around how that fits into where I think we're going at the moment. How about that 100-year-old Brit, World War II veteran, who called our fighting for a country that's worse now than he fought for, and the news presenters trying to downplay it? LOL. I think I saw something about that, but what was he called out fighting for a country that's worse now than when he fought. Interesting. And the news presenters try to play it down. So he said something like, this is not what we fought for, or it wasn't worth it. Or something along those lines. I didn't buy into the drama, but I saw the drama coming up in my feed. Didn't bite. I didn't nibble on that clickbait this time. But yeah, we're going to talk about a concept called techno-feudalism, because it seems to be coming up a lot more these days, I'm finding. I'm hearing people talk about it or allude to it. I don't think people have a real appreciation for what techno-feudalism is, though. I think that people just read the name techno-feudalism and then kind of assume or superimpose their own ideas of what techno-feudalism might be. And so let's have a look at some of that propaganda, and let's have a look at some critiques of techno-feudalism. This is not the first time we've done this on this stream. We've done this type of critique of techno-feudalism before. We've had a look at someone who did a book review of Yanis Varoufakis's main ideas about techno-feudalism. I can't remember what his name was. It wasn't the best book review, I must say. I felt like it was a little bit lazy. And people get a bit upset when you attack Yanis, of course, because Yanis seems to be a favorite of the left. But let's look at some critiques of techno-feudalism. We'll first have a look and see a popular interpretation of what techno-feudalism is. There's a channel that we're going to be looking at called Epoch Philosophy. I don't know if you've come across this. It seems to be one of those general philosophy type channels where they kind of talk about progressive stuff or things that are ailing society in the world at the moment, and they they do some nice editing, and they've got some kind of deep but slow and thought out kind of speech over the top of it, like that type of philosophy channel, and it kind of explains the world for you. Love, Jeff. Children, how you going? It's good to have you. Pretty much wasn't worth the lads that died, even how England has turned out. Right, yeah, I got that vibe from just reading titles on it. That's interesting, isn't it? And at 102 or whatever he is, you can have whatever opinions you want. Like the stuff that person would have seen, how different the world would be now. I remember speaking to someone that lived through World War II, and they were from Singapore, and the Australians served in Singapore in World War II. They were also taken as prisoners of war there. under Japanese occupation. This person lived in Singapore during Japanese occupation, and they were describing their living standards. And I just didn't, I took it for granted because I was trying to understand how they lived and how they cooked and how they survived. And there was a miscommunication. The miscommunication was based on the fact that they didn't actually have electricity in their house. And so I was asking these questions. I was like, but how do you do this? And how did you do that? And like, what happened when they took over? And like the miscommunication in the conversation was basically she wasn't using electricity and she was cooking by using some like, gathering wood and like, using whatever maybe potentially gas they had left over, and they lit everything by candlelight at night. And so, this person is in their 90s now, I'd say. And I guess the point of the story that I'm saying here is that when she was young, electricity and switching on the lights at night was not a ubiquitous feature of her society. And so she's gone from living in a society where, she wasn't able to switch on the lights at night, to a world now that she lives in an air-conditioned environment and watches things on a phone. Like even at her age, she's talking to people that live in Singapore, still friends of hers, people that have survived. It's a very different world, that's for sure. I watched an interview on Commending the Narrative with one of the guys who has put in a bid around the technology used for social media ban. I automatically thought of tech bros. I automatically thought tech bros. But he had some insights into how it will actually work, and people are blowing it out of proportion. Interesting. Well, hence the culture wars. The culture wars will do this. They'll take things and they'll push it out of proportion massively. And to tie that all together, like to tie the story of the old lady from World War II to techno-feudalism, like we're in a world now that the premise of techno-feudalism, I believe, I've read Yanis Varoufakis's work. I believe the idea behind techno-feudalism is that, capitalism is done. We're leaving the capitalist world behind. And we are going to be moving into a phase now of economic production, of economy, where it doesn't really matter, or the capitalist class isn't in control anymore. There are a group of people that own sophisticated technology, capital intensive technology, so stuff that is completely out of the reach of individuals like you and me. Like we can't make our own we can't make Google. I can't go make Facebook or something like that. I know the irony being that people did make those things, but the way that the monopoly control over the industry works is that it's so intensive now, and they pour so many billions of dollars into it, trillions of dollars, that it's out of reach of not only just individuals, like people like you and me, but it's out of the reach of states. Like the states themselves, nation states themselves, are beholden to, if not simply at the mercy of, tech giants. Like we had a look at what happened in Nepal recently with the Gen Z uprising. Now, one of the reasons for the Gen Z anger was the fact that they felt their government was going to ban social media, and social media in their country is their way that they access the internet. In a lot of developing countries, they don't actually have other tools. They don't all have access to desktop computers or laptops, and they might not have ways of accessing the World Wide Web, and so they do that through their phone and through social media. They might get all of their news through Facebook and their news feed on Facebook or something like that. And so there are tech bros out there that are not just multinational, they cross borders. Red Z uprising. Yeah, I know, right? It's not just about, countries anymore and how they kind of impose their will on other countries on the global stage in terms of capitalist imperialism, which we speak about here often. It's these massive corporations that are led by these particular tech bros, these elites from Silicon Valley, these elites from in China as well, from these special economic zones where they develop this technology, and they have enormous reach and enormous capabilities and surveillance capabilities, especially over entire sections of the world's population, not beyond, like not just within a nation state, but across multiple borders, like as many as you can think of. Like they're infiltrating nation states across the world. You don't even really need to have infrastructure anymore. Who cares? You don't need running water and electricity and telecommunications lines. Like maybe satellites will get you that technology, as long as people can get access to a phone somehow. And like it's pretty surprising how this type of stuff happens. When we've investigated things like digital colonialism, it's actually amazing to see how many people in developing countries who really can't afford basic subsistence level, as you would describe from a developed country or an advanced industrial nation, they still all have phones somehow, and they all have access to the World Wide Web. And you're kind of questioning, like, how is this really possible? They're not eating properly. They definitely don't have adequate housing by standards that we would expect in, like I said, like in advanced industrial nations. But like everyone's got a phone, and they're all connected. They're all being surveilled. And so like this technology that they control is beyond just market dynamics. And so the argument is that this stuff is beyond what we know as capitalism now. And because they have such incredible control, such few people with such incredible control, and everybody spends a large portion of their now human existence within a digital reality, and they control these spaces with complete impunity and complete and utter control, like outright, just like a lord of the manor back in feudal times. The argument is that these people are techno-feudalists, and they use their control over this technology not to produce profits by manufacturing or producing value, and then they exchange that value in a marketplace and they get profit from it. They're not offering like a service in the traditional sense. They're not offering a product in the traditional sense. They nab people with some type of convenient service, let's say, so like an app and a feature, a social media platform, and then they drain people on that platform for rent, so subscriptions, or for ad revenue, or they bleed data from them and sell that on another marketplace. They are extracting rents off people, and that is the new form of economy that is taking hold. Now, a lot of the critiques of techno-feudalism come from the idea it's just like, well, that's really not how the world works. Still, we still have capitalism. But I would argue that, if there is such a thing as techno-feudalism, we are moving towards, or as capitalism is developing into that. It's not that we have it right now, but it is prescient to describe these conditions and say, this is where we're going. And like, it would seem that this is the direction that we are going in, where the world economy is predominantly becoming more and more online. And when the entire economy shifts to an online existence and everything can only be done by that in that fashion, and regulated in that fashion, then the people that sit on top of that pyramid are no longer the capitalist classes, but the persons that control the spaces that everybody exists in and extracts rents off that entire system. Like, think about it, a lot of people nowadays, not everyone, but like a lot of people nowadays, they might not even get food. They might not even go shopping anymore. Like, they might have most of their food delivered to them through their front door. Then some people might not even, like I said, go grocery shopping anymore. That's a skill, if you ask me, knowing how to traverse a literal marketplace and find the stuff that you need to survive. That is a skill. And it's a social skill as well. That's where people actually interact in a capitalist society, in the marketplace, and they buy stuff off the butcher, and they get their hair cut at the barber, and they go to the local supermarket and buy their goods and shit like that. So like, all of this stuff, like interactions in the marketplace, which is, we're usually critical of, or people have been critical of. Like, that's how we relate to each other in a capitalist setting, is most of the time. Like, you have your friends, your family, maybe your community group. I don't know, you're in a soccer team or a cricket club or something like that. Who knows what you do? But like, most of your interactions are in the marketplace. Like, you go places, you meet people because you're coming together at the market. You're a consumer, and you're like buying a service off them, buying a product off them. And like, even, if you're going to play, I don't know, golf or something like that, you go to the golf club and you pay to play on the golf course. And or maybe you work in an office and every morning you see the same barista because you buy coffee off them. Your relationships are defined usually in a market setting. Now, that sort of stuff is being completely eroded by the world we're moving into, where everything's kind of done through an app, and like stuff turns up at your door. Or like, you might not even learn to drive anymore because maybe you're just happy to go with Uber, or Lyft, or maybe in the future. And like, that's, at least at the moment, you can speak to your Uber driver. But like, if you're living in San Francisco or something like that, that might not be a thing for you anymore. Maybe, you know, it's all driverless car stuff now. And so we're living in an environment that is more and more like controlled, where all our interactions with stuff is controlled by machines or algorithms or technology, as opposed to us relating to other people. We're becoming increasingly separated and atomized. And like, our interactions now take place on somebody else's digital infrastructure. It's not the public realm anymore. That's an important distinction. Like, when you go out, to a marketplace somewhere, or to interact outside, usually you have to traverse the public domain. Usually you go into someone's private property, you go into a shop that's somebody else's property. But like, you're using public spaces, and you're going and interacting with the built environment, but like the real world, like the natural world out there, as opposed to you just connecting to the rest of the world through a piece of tech. Like, it's a very different experience. And so this is, I think, some of the value in techno-feudalism. But like I said, there's a lot of critiques because people are like, we don't live like that. Like, do we really live like that? And I think more and more, the answer is yes, more and more, right? All I see with news reports is bias, one way or another. I now rely on commentators that have earned my respect by seeking the truth regardless of partisan lines. I bet if you were asked a Gen Z if they would go a day without food or a day without their phone, they would always choose the phone. Yeah, it's a tough call. It's a tough call. And like, if that's the way that you have been brought up as well, like, attached to technology that gives you a sense of your reality, so your social relations, how you relate to the world, then like, it is a hard slog asking someone to disconnect from like their reality. Like, ask a teenager, you say the Gen Z experiment. I think that's a good one. Like, ask a teenager 20 years ago, like, not to go to the shopping mall with their friends or something like that, or like not meet up with their friends at the shopping center, or some place that they would hang out, usually in a consumer setting though. Like, no, they can't do that, and you'd be like cutting their limbs off or something like that. You're cutting them off from their social connections. So like, telling someone to live without their phone for a day, especially the generations that have grown up with that technology, is like, it's ostracizing them. It's cutting them off from their worlds. It's a crazy ask. And like, I can't help but look when I do go out, and touch grass. You go outside and you see people with young kids in, a stroller or a pram or something like that. And they're like 2 years old and they're holding a phone and they're like, they're locked onto it. And, kids a couple of generations ago, a generation before that, they would have had to have stared around and looked at the world and existed. So yeah, they're increasingly connected to this technology, and the technology is developing more and more, and is becoming more and more invasive as it gets more sophisticated, and so it integrates more with your life than ever. Like, look at what the tech bros are pushing at the moment. It's like, having glasses. Like, they're really trying to push that one. They've failed so many times. But like, they'll get it eventually. And so like, you don't even have to have a phone soon. Like, you'll just have something on your eyes, and then like, they're all working on the chips as well, so soon you won't even have to have something on you. You can just insert something into your flesh somewhere, potentially into your brain, depending on how they're working on that technology, all in the endeavor to break down the physical barrier between having an item that you have to hold and having something that's just continually inserted into your consciousness. And so you can interact with it on a day, or on like a never-ending basis, basically. We went to Macca's to play poker. That's pretty crazy. There you go. Yeah, imagine then, telling kids that they couldn't have gone to Macca's to socialize. That would have been horrible. Telling them, yeah, chop a leg off or something. I've been through withdrawals, and feelings when you don't have your phone for days feels very similar, unless you're fully engaged in whatever you happen to be doing. That's a really interesting point. The only time that I really feel like I'm completely not attuned to my phone is when I am on holidays or something. So like, I'm in a new environment anyway, and I'm particularly just like, the phone is, for me at that point, is simply a watch or a clock. And then like, I don't really want to watch the time when I'm on holidays anyway, if I'm away. And so like, I'm interacting with whatever I'm doing. As you said, I'm completely engrossed in the fact that I'm free. And so like, I like the amount of time that I would spend on my phone would just dramatically plummet and hit rock bottom. But like, when I'm doing the day to day and plugged into the world, which is the phenomenon I'm talking about here, when I'm actually involved in being a consumer, being a producer of some type of service or good or what have you, when I was, working, or like now, kind of being a content creator or a streamer. When I'm interacting with the world, then I'm fully plugged in, I'm fully immersed in my phone and the digital landscape. Now, like, the phenomenon that we're all describing here is what techno-feudalism is about. Is that, okay, technology has, given us an opportunity here. But like, this wasn't predetermined. It didn't mean like technology wasn't going to develop into techno-feudalism. What we have is a situation where you have a handful of corporations and tech bros that are aided by the state. Don't get me wrong. Like, most of the technology that tech bros have their hands on, which we have discovered over all of our time researching this, it didn't just drop out of the sky. It was, companies, ha, what a slip that was. Institutions like the CIA, they gave the technology to the tech bros, basically, so they could develop it and run with it and develop sophisticated surveillance tools that will encapsulate, that will capture the world and like give endless people that they can monitor and use to kind of extract information from, for many purposes. Maybe just purely surveillance. Maybe it's to turn that surveillance and that information into money further down the track. But like, the technology itself is fucking everywhere, and there's a few people that hold this technology and they use it for their own private agendas. Now, a lot of these people use it to profit off. That is definitely what they want to do. But like, with the absolute, remember, this is absolute power that they have. With that absolute power that they have, they want to maintain that power relation. So yes, they might use this technology just to ensure they get mega profits, but they can continually eating up sectors and more sectors, and using the money that they create to create more and more control, take more and more control over things. And so in a world like that, the relations kind of change. And Yanis Varoufakis, or the argument behind techno-feudalism is, yeah, these people aren't too worried about profit anymore, like a landlord in a feudal time, or a lord of a manor or something like that. Like, it wasn't about profiteering off your subjects. It was about controlling your domain, controlling them, physically controlling them, and having rights over them. That's where the power balance and the social relation was held. Now, there was responsibilities to that. I'm still unsure, though, in techno-feudalism, where the responsibility is for these tech bros. Like, what kind of responsibility do they have to anyone apart from just extracting their data? Like, I'm struggling to see if they do take any responsibility over us, like protecting us from something. Like, usually the lord of the manor or something, they kept tenants, they kept serfs on their land, who worked for them, but they also protected them, and they provided other services to them. They were like a figurehead, and they had certain ceremonial tasks that they had to kind of fulfill. But I struggle to see really what the tech bros do, but extract data off people, extract information off people, and then use that information to create profits and or money, value, whatever you want to call it, and power. And so the more technology that they get a hold of, the more and more of this control they get, and the more kind of power, it would seem, they get their hands on as well. So we'll have a look at some definitions of techno-feudalism. Like I said, we're going to have a look at what a philosophy channel, like those usual kind of YouTube philosophy channels out there, they've got a vibe, they've got an aesthetic. We'll look at see how they interpret techno-feudalism, and then we'll look at a critique of techno-feudalism from a very left-wing perspective, a Marxian kind of perspective on this, and they'll probably argue as to why it doesn't exist. So we'll have a look at that. And Dr. Nathan's in the house. Yo, yo, yo. If I do something like paintball or gel skirmish, I never check my phone. It's only when there isn't a target I'm chasing that I find myself stuck in a doom scroll. There it is. Hey. Aren't they saying they're protecting us from our inevitable destruction? Like, we don't merge with tech, then we won't survive in their eyes. Interesting. That's pretty. Yeah, okay, that's a good point. I guess you could say that they are making that case. Like, it was interesting when we watched that interview that Peter Thiel had with that douchebag from, I don't know, the New York Times or something. He was a horrible interviewer. And they kept on talking about that transhumanism aspect and bashing that one home. But I got the feeling from someone like Thiel anyway, it was more about him, ensuring that he could live forever, and maintain his power, as opposed to him wanting to save the human race. Actually, that guy asked him at the point as well, something about do you, how do you feel about the human race? Should the human race survive or something? And Theo was kind of and he's like, you're taking a long time to answer the question. And so their idea for, for protecting us is to have a select few of us merge with machines and leave the decrepit human race behind. We are really inadequate in the face of their technological prowess, and so their favor to humanity is to leave it all behind, I would say. Now we've finally gotten to the bottom of that one. Thank you for the prompt there, Dr. Nathan. So yeah, let's have a look at how the kind of the philosophy YouTube world is dealing with techno-feudalism and how they explain it. And then, like I said, we'll critique it. We'll get a critique of techno-feudalism from a very traditional leftist Marxist style analysis of it. Because the Marxist response to techno-feudalism is just no! Capitalism is Like the only thing that's going to stop capitalism is socialism and the communist revolution. Like, and they really, nothing can stop it but us. Like, and that's the way that they look at things. And I think it's kind of naive, to be honest. And like, as someone who, definitely believes in a Marxian understanding of capital, like it's not inevitable that the next stage after capitalism is going to be socialism or communism or something like that. Like, I hope it's something like that, but it's not written in stone. Like, it could easily, something else could develop out of capitalism that you can't foresee because you can't predict the future. It's just impossible to do that. You can make pretty good assumptions based on our current trajectory of where things are going. And I think techno-feudalism is an assumption based on some very interesting and concerning trends where we could be going. But like, yeah, Marxists, I find, get very upset with the idea of techno-feudalism because they're like, no, it's capitalism. It's just this type of capitalism. And you're like, okay, fine. Don't get upset. Philosophy YouTube is so bad these days. It used to be pretty, like, I don't know, 5-10 years ago. It used to be much better. It was like simpler and like people just talk about like kind of deep stuff and you're like, whoa, man, that's crazy. And it's a bit more sloppy now. It's a bit more like, it's all about the editing tricks and like, fancy kind of noir vibe to it and stuff. It's very interesting. Yeah, that's what I got from that. Was he thinks AI is our future, and if we don't merge with machines, then it will destroy us. It wasn't a trick question, Theo. The answer is yes. Yes. Should the human race survive? It wasn't a trick question. So funny, right? He was like, so funny. Very sci-fi sort of thinking. Jet B, it's pretty funny that a lot of communism is based on trying to understand First Nation community. That is interesting because, like, obviously in the Marxian kind of understanding of the various stages of economic production, or modes of production, I should say, to use the right term. Yeah, there's the idea of primitive communism was the kind of the ideal stage, the most egalitarian stage of human development. And then class relations got involved and screwed everything up. Like overt class relations got in. And so the idea of communism is to return to a point where the class relation isn't a problem, but we still have the luxuries afforded to the human race by a class society, like industrial society. Like, why can't we have industrial society but just live like with the social relations that, as you've described, First Nations communities would have had, primitive communists would have had? Like, that's just like, why not? We've got the technology. Why can't we just organize ourselves better? I blame AI being used to not read. And then, yeah, all aesthetics being used to not read. I blame AI being used to not read. Whenever you go to a protest and sneak a peek at what the commies are talking about post-protest, they're all about smashing capitalism, but nothing beyond it, like coloniality, white supremacy, etc., etc. Right. Well, like, I must agree, Jet. Like, we've got coloniality, we've got white supremacy, we've got racism, we've got all of the intersectionality issues, all of those layers of oppression with capitalistic traits. And so, like, if you want to like attack those things or address those things, you've got to kind of change the characteristic that defines it, and the characteristic that would define those things is capitalism. And so, like, those things aren't going to go away, but you can change their physical properties, you can change the way that they exist by addressing the capitalistic conditions that bring them into being in the first place. Does primitive communism involve things like spears to the leg when you break laws? Yeah, pretty much. Yes, I would say so. Yes. I'm wondering where you're going with that, or if that was just a question. Jebby, did you all hear about the new Australian project in Paraguay was an intention to create a socialist utopia in South America based on a brotherhood of English-speaking whites. No, I haven't heard about that. New Australia project. Have you considered a bumblebee tuna? I've missed something, I think, there. You have to explain that one again. Founded in 1893 and then collapsed by like the early 1900s. Never heard of that before. Very interesting. Where do you get this stuff from? Do you have any like propaganda on that you can share in Discord? I would like to know more. And there's my saying for the day. All right, let's get on to some philosophy tube style. This one is called Epoch Philosophy. 139k subscribers. God damn. Doing well for himself. Themselves, let's say. All right, let's get a philosophical understanding of this concept, shall we? The spears to the leg reminded me of Ace Ventura. Interesting. Haven't seen that movie in a long time. Okay, you're just being dumb, right? Got it. Enjoy. There it is. The New Australia was a utopian socialist settlement in Paraguay created by a New Australian movement. It's interesting. Sorry, quick diversion. Give me a second. Quick diversion. New Australia. New Australia. Is it actually done by Australians or is it just the name of the project? Not to be confused with New Australians. New Australia was a utopian socialist settlement in Paraguay created by the New Australian movement. The colony was officially founded on the 28th of September 1893. New Australia Cooperative Settlement Associated, known short as New Australia, founded by William Lane. Lane was a prominent figure in the Australian labour movement and had founded Australia's first labour newspaper, The Worker. A split in the Australian labour movement between those who went on to form the Australian Labor Party spurred Lane's intent to create a socialist utopia. That's crazy. His concept of common hold was that each member of society should be able to withdraw their portion of the society's wealth if they chose to leave. New Australia settlement. Crazy. Socialism in Australia. Anarchism in Australia. Australian labour movement. See, I remember speaking to someone, let's say, of prominence in Australian labour culture, let's call it. And I had to convince them that the Labor Party had its roots in socialism. They didn't believe me. Can we work on the original Australia project for a while? I don't think Papua New Guinea needs 600 million from us to start a rugby team. We used to own that country. In order to create, they had to clear the local indigenous population, so are very Australian. Right. Interesting. Yeah, Paraguay was chosen as the site of the settlement. Lane recruited many, and the first ship left Sydney in July 1893, sorry, where the government was keen to get white settlers and had offered the group a large area of good land. While it is generally agreed that there were some able settlers, there seems to be some dispute about the character of the new Australian settlers as a whole. It's been described as a cave of Adullam to misfits, failures, and malcontents of the left wing of the Australian democracy. Oh my God, that's crazy. The founding of the settlement was of interest to left-wing thinkers worldwide. On this, Peter Kropotkin said, "The fact that men and women who have made Australia what it is are compelled to migrate from it speaks volumes in itself. Make the land Be the dung which renders it productive. Build the centers of civilization which render it valuable, and go away. That is the true picture of modern capitalist management. The same here, the same at its antipodes. Always the same. Very interesting. This was before the 1914 Russian Revolution, so super weird to think about. Yes. There are still some residents in Paraguay, Argentina that related to people born in New Sydney. This is crazy. Wow. Thanks. Thanks for the interesting tidbit there. All right. Techno-feudalism. Let us see what the internet says about this thing. Techno-feudalism. The death of capitalism, the destruction of ownership.
Both candidates have, in many cases, very similar views on making the U.S. even stronger.
But you deploy capital differently under
Yes.
President Trump than under President Harris.
On the margin, not
that much?
No, I think we over-conflate.
Okay.
That is the CEO of the single largest asset manager in the world, Larry Fink. You may know them as BlackRock, and he's telling you your presidential vote is meaningless. He's also partially correct. The spectrum of choice has become so limited that in national elections, you're almost always forced to select a candidate who will put capital, the rich, above all else. For us, it's often a race of who will hurt the working class less. This lack of choice in your life isn't just in our political systems, it's in our economic day-to-day. The working class is struggling just to survive. Debt delinquencies are at the highest point since the pandemic, grocery prices are soaring, rent rapidly rising, and home ownership diminishing. Further, the form in which we purchase has changed such that we rent more than we purchase. Your car payment, your phone plan, Netflix, Spotify, even the heated seats in the very vehicle you lease. These payments in isolation feel manageable, but linked together they form a chain that shackles you in place.
It is
tied to a situation where the rich slowly...
It is a pretty scary situation that, like, the heated seats in the car that you lease. So if you got a car on finance or something like that, like, it could potentially be that the heated seats that you have can be turned off remotely if you don't make your payments. Or like the heated seats are in the car. This is a weird concept if you think about it. Like, they're in the car that you have taken, let's say, loose ownership over, that you control while it's in your possession, but you don't own it. And like, the heated seats are in the car. It's not like before when like you got the standard model, the factory model, or you got the one with the additional stuff. Like, they're in the car, the heated seats, but they can switch it off. The company can switch off the heated seats so you can't use them unless you pay the subscription fees for it. This is the type of consumer economy that we have now. And so like the argument is, hey, is that any different from capitalism? Is they just kind of stretching people and like teasing money out in a different way than they weren't before? Is this just a new way of realizing their profits that they didn't have access to before? And so that's where the argument comes down to why techno-feudalism is bullshit. So keep this type of in mind when we're listening to it. Yeah, there's a Bill Gates clip where he says he's far more powerful outside the government influencing things than to use the levers of power. Right? Pretty crazy, isn't it? Actually, it's because BMW made their heated seats a subscription fee. Yeah, but like, isn't that crazy though? Isn't that crazy that the technology is there in your car? It's under your ass, but you can only get access to it. Like before, again, if you bought a car, it either had it was like just the basic model, or you got all the extra features, but you got that installed, and like, you can use them if you have them, but you can't, even if you have stuff now, you can't use it. That's mental. That's mental. I wonder how much information surveillance is being used to train AI models in cars we don't know about, like music choice features. Yeah, well, like there was this report that we looked at a number of months ago by Mozilla, actually, Firefox. They did an investigation into like how cars work nowadays, and they describe cars as surveillance vehicles on wheels. And one of the kind of the more shocking parts that came out of that report is that like when every time that you get into your car, whether you know it or not, because like with the modern cars, especially like all the electric vehicles, you actually have to log in. You have to get your phone, you connect your phone to the car. You can't just start it without connecting to it. And what was happening was they were weighing you when you got into the car. So they were actually monitoring your body weight while you were logging in and using your vehicle. And so like they knew, I guess, the fluctuations in your weight potentially. And you might not have been monitoring that type of information. And so like they nabbed them for like serious privacy breaches. And like this is all makes in the Western market, so like the European car manufacturers and American car manufacturers, they didn't do like, I don't think they did any of the Asian car manufacturers. And it was like, you know, they're weighing people when they get into the car, and for what purpose? Who knows what exactly they're doing with that. I'm surprised Zohran didn't lead with this. Every New Yorker gets a free subscription to heated seats. I mean, if you don't make finance payments, they can kill switch you so you can't start the car. Yes. That was very controversial. Very controversial. The seats on the buses are pretty hot already. Interesting. Anyone's guess if police can access the metadata? Well, yeah, I think they are actually doing certain deals with certain police departments on a state-by-state basis in the US to do that. Whether they're doing that in other countries, I have no idea. But yeah, they're definitely using metadata from certain company to company, and then selling that on to other AI companies that contract to coppers or police departments in order to provide that predictive policing services that we've investigated before. This is scary shit.
Payments in isolation feel manageable, but linked together they form a chain that shackles you in place, tied to a situation where the rich slowly extract record wealth from you on a quarterly basis. The foundation in which this economic situation is emerging begs the question: have we entered an era beyond capitalism? To some economists and scholars, the answer is yes, and the implications here are terrifying. That capitalism is dead, and these guys killed it. And rising from the grave, something far more nefarious. It's called techno-feudalism. You know the phrase, you'll own nothing and be happy. Yet, its origins might surprise you. Published by Ida Aachen in a 2016 World Economic Forum essay, she highlights a potential emancipatory and equitable world where people's fundamental needs are met in lieu of a growing 21st century economy focused on service rather than production and consumption. Despite the butchering of the phrase's meaning, the feeling of unease is understandable. There is something slightly ominous even in the phrase's structure, its form. The juxtaposition of nothingness, emptiness, a void, sentenced together with happiness. It's the uncanny valley of phrases. Yet, there's currently two visions in how that phrase can be interpreted. A positive approach where public commons ensure everyone's needs are met and people are free to pursue life without the fear of homelessness or starvation, while a darker interpretation can be seen as this techno-feudalism.
But the sound design is good. Gotta give it to him, honestly. The editing is great as well. I was going to start recruiting Tesla Optimus robots now to get Daddy Elon that 1 trillion. Oh yeah. What happened? What happened, Germany? You used to be so proud there wasn't heated seats in Panther tanks during Blitzkrieg. Just a lot of meth and can-do attitude. Quote from Elon: "You now get a free Optimus, and it's just going to follow you around and stop you from doing crime. You don't have to put people in prisons and stuff." What the fuck? Is that honestly a quote from him? Legit. This is legit from his $1 trillion payout speech. Oh my God. Can you link me that? I'd love to see his speech from his $1 trillion payout. That's crazy. You now get a free Optimus and it's just going to follow you around and stop you from doing crime. Wow. You don't have to put people in prisons and stuff. Crazy. Only crucial information about Optimus is are they bulletproof? I don't think so. They look like the one that they released recently. I can't remember. It's Neo, I think. There was one that came onto the market and everyone was talking about it. That Neo one. It looks pretty incapable of most things and not robust at all. I don't think they'd be bulletproof. That's for sure. Not yet.
Medieval feudalism was a simple system. Lords owned the land, serfs labored and developed it, while the lord took the majority share for himself. If the serfs didn't like this arrangement, they would starve or be excommunicated. While it sounds like an exaggeration, we're witnessing this today. So, what is techno-feudalism, and how is it different than capitalism? Techno-feudalism was coined by Yanis Varoufakis, detailed in his book, Technofeudalism: What Killed Capitalism. Varoufakis is an economist and former Greek finance minister. He makes a compelling argument that for the first time, capitalism regressed into an economic system where platforms, not markets, are organizing labor power. But its organization of labor doesn't produce. It's raw extraction via rent. To understand his point, we need to make it clear capitalism broadly operates under a market of profit seeking from the exchange and creation of goods and services, fueled by wage labor. To Varoufakis, we're seeing executively controlled platforms replace markets. Think app stores charging you 30% of all revenue. Me making this video on YouTube for free with the potential for ad revenue, yet under the threat it can be demonetized at any point. The owners of these platforms aren't creating anything except the digital platform itself. Traditional markets rely on the production and exchange of goods and services. With modern platforms, instead of production and exchange, we have rent. Wealth extraction of the user base's labor and behavior, and it's executively controlled by these guys.
Question about work-life balance all the time from both ends of the spectrum. And my view is I don't even like the phrase work-life balance. I think it's misleading. I like the phrase work-life harmony.
Today, Google, Meta, Amazon, Uber, Airbnb don't create goods and services. They rent you access to customers or content. Because of how powerful these platforms are, like a serf, many are forced to till the proverbial digital soil of these platforms if they want to survive in a given industry. You want customers? You must sell your product on Amazon.
So this is a very important aspect of techno-feudalism. I think they're doing it justice here in their description, as like Yanis describes, is this idea that even like the capitalist classes themselves, like if you're a traditional capitalist and you like in an industrial sense and you produce goods, you hire labor, you produce goods, you get them to help you produce items, let's say coat hangers, like in that example that they're showing here. You employ laborers, they work all day, they produce a certain amount of coat hangers or whatever. You pay them less than the value of the coat hangers that they produce in a day, and like the basis for your profit margin is supposed to come out of the difference between what the workers actually make and what you pay them. And so you pay them always less than the value that they're making, and everything else fits within that margin. So whatever the leftover is on top, you use it to pay all of your bills and all of your requirements, and then you cash any profit, any of the difference as your profit margin. Now, though, you can't, as a capitalist, just kind of exist in a situation where you control what you do with the coat hangers and sell them on the market, because what is the market? The market is not where you go off to a bunch of different retailers or you sell directly from your own shop or your own website. The only way to survive really is to have your coat hangers being sold potentially on Amazon or some online platform of that nature. And so Amazon will take a cut, and that's another person that comes in and takes a cut out of the profit margin. So this argument in techno-feudalism, and why it's interesting, and why the subheader of the book is what killed capitalism, is that the capitalist class now, it doesn't cease to be. It is now subordinate to the techno-feudal lords out there. So the capitalists themselves are being exploited. That's arguable. Let's just say they're being suppressed by this new techno-feudal class that controls all of the digital infrastructure now, which is necessary for you to get to a marketplace to sell your goods. Now, this is not a new phenomenon. And so you'll hear critiques of techno-feudalism being like, well, we've already had that situation. Like, let's just say, oh, thanks. Is that the thing? I can't find the speech, but this is the article with all the quotes. Thank you. I wouldn't mind having a look at that. I do appreciate that. Yeah, so basically, we've had this situation before. Like now, if you're let's say you're an Australian, I don't know, capitalist of some sort, and you make canned fruit. Really, if you want to sell your goods, you're probably going to just have to sell it at like Woolworths and Coles, or maybe IGA or something. But like, you have to find a retailer who can get your stuff onto the market for you, unless people are just going to come to your shop just to buy your canned fruit, which is pretty unlikely. So you actually have to go through a retailer, like I said, like Woolworths or Coles or something like that, a supermarket franchise of some sort. So they kind of capitalize, and like these retailers have kind of incorporated the market or cornered the market, monopolized the market to a certain extent. You have to go through them. This is the same phenomenon. This is the exact same phenomenon, just in the market sense, though, because the capitalists are still important to Woolworths in the sense that, like, you know, they still need people to produce the shit that they sell in their stores. They're just a retailer. But these techno-feudalists, they're not just providing an online sales platform. They provide, and they do so much more. They take a cut of the profits through subscription or through rent. And it's not like a retailer kind of situation, and they do so much more in terms of data control and mining, and the more of this technology that they hold, because it's all digital architecture, they reinvest that to control more and more of the digital landscape as it develops, and they take more monopolistic style control over the entirety of the virtual world. Not just like Amazon's biggest moneymaker is not online shopping. It's not. It's their cloud services. That seems to be the thing that makes them the most money. And like their cloud services, like that is the skeleton, the bare bones, the structure of the entire kind of world, the World Wide Web. Like everybody needs server space and room. Like apart from the undersea cables themselves and the infrastructure that connects everyone together, the existing telecommunication lines, apart from that, it's pretty much, you know, this data center services that they provide, which is the basis for all of the services that are provided online now. And so Amazon makes its money controlling the digital architecture. These the online world is completely controlled by these companies. We all exist on their realms, within their realms, and they are lords in those realms. Let's be fair. He needs to create something like 7 trillion in profits to receive that payday. Pull it up, Jamie. I want to be fact checked. But I've heard that one as well. Like, they have to sell a lot of stuff to be able to get the payouts that they're expecting from all the capital that they've fronted, or the venture capital. Still paying for shelf space. There's just more middlemen now. There are some really funny essays out there that look at how much information is generated through the labor of people playing games. That's interesting. Like, play labor from the perspective of Marx's alienated labor. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? I do believe that there's this, like, thinking of things like theories of value, right? There's this idea of like the labor theory of value, that I'm assuming some people would be across, but the idea is that, like, the value that you see around you, like, what is value really? Like, what is value? And like labor, like the source of value is labor. Humans doing stuff creates the shit that you see around you. It's not subjective. It's not like, oh, this is valuable because I think it's valuable kind of thing. No, there was value in that because someone or a whole group of people across the world probably came together to make that thing. And so the value is from labor. And so in a world where data is extracted from people doing stuff in a way or in a place where they can be scraped for that data, is like, you have to argue that their existence, their play, their interactions, their behaviors, whatever they're doing, if it's being scraped for data, they are producing value for someone. So the modern labor theory of value, in a tech sense, is like a development that I don't think, someone like Marx would have understood, or be able to even conceive of, because he wouldn't have understood the level and the reach of the technology. And so you could argue that techno-feudalism has its own and updated theory of value, and the labor is created by everybody's interactions in this digital landscape that is completely controlled by a select number of tech bros out there, which lends itself to this idea that we've moved beyond simple capitalism, which is very interesting. And that is it'd be interesting to see some of these essays, actually. And it's not just people playing games either. It's anything that you do. The scariest stuff is like all the people that have, like, they use apps or devices that are like, Fitbits or what have you, all those like healthy, like the watches that, like, you go to sleep and you wake up and you're like, oh, wow, I had a really good sleep last night kind of thing. Like, look at my cycle. It's just like, well, yeah, okay, fine. That's nice to know that you had a good sleep. But like, they're monitoring everything that you're doing. Like, they know your heart rate while you're sleeping, while you're doing anything throughout the day. They know your sleeping patterns. They know so much about your bodily functions. And that information is going somewhere, whether they take it on you as an individual or not. Most of the time they're not doing that specifically. They'll cluster you with other people, and they'll be able to use that information to change, insurance policies, or like market things to certain sections of the population and get demographic data on people, so they can then ensure that they can extract rents or value out of other sections of the economy using that information. So maybe it might not affect you personally, but the information that you're giving away for free, because of the fact that you're existing on these platforms, begs the question: should you be compensated for your existence? If your existence is valuable to someone, and by interacting on their platforms, that's value for them, then the question is, should you be compensated for it? And if the answer that we can see before us is, at the moment, we're not being compensated for that, then the question has to be asked, really. And like, I've posed this years ago when I first started researching all this type of stuff, was, is this not akin to slavery? Because slavery is a system where people do stuff they get absolutely no compensation for it. There's no pretense of any compensation for it. They are only doing something because they are controlled, they're completely owned in a certain context. And the context here is that if you're on their platforms, then you have no rights. You have absolutely no rights, and they can do whatever they want and extract all the information they want off you. And they can create value. They create value from your existence. And so, like, really, we are data slaves in this sense. Yeah, video games are all just piles of abstracted value systems where you can get people to engage with values. What that looks like from a commie/web 1.0 looks different from post-dead internet mall. The game Turnip Boy commits tax evasion has a lot of good takes on this. Interesting. Very interesting. Crazy stuff. This is the world that we're talking about here. And so, like, you have to decide, like, watching something like this, having these types of discussions, are we in a post-capitalist world? Have we moved beyond that system? Potentially.
You want your business to grow? Post on Instagram. And if you need employment, you let Uber contract and sell you potential riders. And this phenomenon is something we are now calling employment. No healthcare, no benefits, no time off, all under the banner of freedom, of self-entrepreneurship. But as anyone who drives Uber or DoorDash know, this is bullshit.
Do you know how much a passenger pays for each trip?
Company, they don't tell us, they try to hiding with that. Yes, they try to hiding everything.
So it seems the majority of my money is not going into my driver's pocket. And my driver has no knowledge of the exorbitant price I'm paying or how much of that the company is taking. And we're all just okay with that? The answer I got at the Denver International Airport from drivers and customers was a resounding no.
This
You would think tech bros are monitoring gaming data. They're fucking monitoring everything. Why not gaming data? It would seem like, you know, stepping into this world of streaming, like most people's interactions online really come down to gaming. To be honest, there's a lot of people that spend time either gaming or watching other people gaming. Really, it's a huge thing. So, like, that's where a big portion of it comes from, it would seem.
This leads us to a new economic engine, the heart of techno-feudalism, cloud capital. It's not merely digital assets or wealth that lives in the quote-unquote cloud, but very physical entities such as data centers, fiber optic lines, the very infrastructure that allows for platforms to exist. While cloud capital sounds like a core asset seen in our traditional concept of capital, say a factory, or materials, cloud capital is different in that it's only set up for extraction. It doesn't even contain the ability to produce. A good analogy is the following. For a textile factory, an owner needs to purchase cotton, machinery to weave it, employees for labor, and the factory itself. It then produces goods. In techno-feudalism, our quote-unquote tech lords may only need to build a data center, but they still need the makings of traditional capital, such as labor and material. And yet, once the data center is built, it parasitically leeches from communities, from power grids, and it harnesses political capital, granting tax breaks, striking deals with local governments to offset electricity costs on residents, and then pollutes and harms those very local communities. Yet, the only output of a data center is a platform that controls and extracts, just like a feudal lord extracting rent from serfs and their fiefdom, controlling you, dictating your behaviors, your livelihood, all on top of an infrastructure you paid for.
See, I didn't really appreciate, I guess, that analogy there. He was just saying, oh, data centers are all about extraction because they take away electricity from local neighborhoods, they pollute the area, and it results in some type of externalities. that were unforeseen, like the physical infrastructure itself, the building itself has an impact on the surrounding environment and the local population. That's not really the point of the data section, like the idea of cloud capital. I think we should retract that section just to the start of what he said was cloud capital is the infrastructure that supports the cloud. So like all of the information that is being extracted and all the data that is being extracted off everyone, which now is the thing that fuels the world economy, yes, lives on cloud infrastructure. So cloud capital being the data centers and the digital infrastructure out there, all the telecommunication lines, the undersea cables, the satellite technology that supports the fact that the cloud can exist somewhere. And like all the servers, all of the online services that we have all have to feed back into the cloud somehow to exist. That's what cloud capital is all about. And it's a system. Cloud capital supports a system of data extraction, so value extraction, and subscription services to extract rent off people. I don't think, you can argue that it's the data centers are extractive just because they have a bad impact on the surrounding environment. That's an unfortunate externality, that's an unfortunate impact, but like that could be ameliorated. Like you could have a situation where you just have a power plant associated with a data center, so it doesn't have to extract data off the electricity off the local population and push up their electricity prices. They could have proper environmental regulations so it doesn't pollute the surrounding environment. Like having data centers and telecommunication lines and satellite technology doesn't mean you have to draw power from other people that are trying to get access to electricity. That's an unfortunate reality in the States, it would seem, but it doesn't have to be like that. The cloud capital itself, though, is the infrastructure that allows there to be data extraction, allows there to be rents that are being taken off everyone in the economy at every little point here in the chain, whether you're a content creator to some type of capitalist trying to use, Amazon or some type of online service like that. It's an interesting way of framing, but I think it kind of detracts from their argument, I would say. Anyway. Good thing. In the same way we're moving past COVID and everything is back to normal. Normal never existed, and late stage capitalism was always intended to be unsustainable, just controllable. YouTube chat is wrong. Gabe is the only billionaire I trust with my data. Why? Because he's the only one not trying to be a trillionaire. Also, he still gives us what we want. We made him a billionaire because of that. Long live stream, death to the game platform. Like the Romans rejected technological advances like steam engines because that would threaten their power, where 2/3 of the empire was slaves. Interesting. Capitalist driving tech innovation is never going to benefit the working class. When has it ever? Ben Chesterman in the house. Destruction of ownership left politic. Destruction of ownership left politics. You'll have to just clarify that one for me so I can understand what you're saying there. Please.
And this infrastructure relies on your data, logging your purchasing habits, your whereabouts, your personal relationships. And one way to deny them this data is with a VPN. Yet, not all VPNs are made equal.
Yes, here
Some
comes
do
the
log your
ad.
data, compromise your privacy. That's where Surfshark VPN.
Thank you,
store
Surfshark.
your data. They 30
That was a
or the
well-placed
free.
ad. So how did we get here?
So, how did we get here? To Varoufakis, the origin starts in the 2008 global financial crisis.
Commie want to abolish ownership. Okay, and so you think the tech bros are all commies then? And what was it? What's the World Economic Forum too? What's his name? Klaus Schwab. Do you believe that the World Economic Forum and the tech bros are They're like kind of all commies at the end of the day. And so you're saying it's left politics. That's what you mean. The destruction of ownership, right? Yeah, I would like to know your thoughts on that one, Ben.
And when the United States starts in the 2008 global financial crisis, and when the United States sought to save capitalism from itself.
CBS News Special Report, a presidential address to the nation.
Good evening. This is an extraordinary period for America's economy. Over the past few weeks, many Americans have felt anxiety about their finances and their future. We've seen triple-digit swings in the stock market. Major financial institutions have teetered on the edge of collapse, and some have failed.
In 2008, George Bush and America's Congress passed the Emergency Economic Stabilization Act of 2008, commonly known as the bank bailout, where financial institutions were given nearly $1 trillion in taxpayers' money to help save them from the disaster they caused.
Traders here working the phone say a lot of their customers are freaked out, waiting to see how low the Dow will go.
Yeah, what I want to fact check this one, especially considering the stuff that we've been looking at recently with modern monetary theory. And this is a common claim that is made when people go back over history and reanalyze what happened during the global financial crisis, the great financial crisis of our age. I'd like to stretch this one out a little bit. I hear the claim often made that during the global financial crisis in 2008, it was the American taxpayer that bailed out the financial sector with $1 trillion of taxpayer money. Now, it is my understanding that the state is able to create its own money. And in that sense, is it really the taxpayer who was bailing out the banks, or was it the state? Can you briefly clarify the distinction here? Private ownership isn't an inherent human cultural value. That's interesting. It isn't, is it? It's definitely how a class system likes to work, isn't it? Ensuring property relations. Where the money came from, treasury funds. These are technically financed by government borrowing, issuing treasury bonds. The state doesn't need to collect taxes first to do this. It creates new liabilities, bonds, which the market or even the Fed itself buys. In other words, the state created money, not directly from the taxpayer wallets at the time. The Fed can create new reserves ex nihilo, out of nothing, by crediting banks, accounts, electronics. This is pure money creation, not funded by taxes or borrowing in the usual sense. The right side of politics never helped anyone middle class increase ownership, just more taxes and privatization of industry. So why do people say taxpayer? That's a political and ideological framing rather than a monetary one. It implies that because the government liabilities debts ultimately rest on its powers to tax, taxpayers are on the hook in the long run in reality. In reality, the US government can always issue its own currency. The constraint is inflation and political will, not a shortage of taxpayer money. So the bailout was done by the state using its monetary sovereignty, not by collecting taxes. The phrase taxpayer bailout is a way to highlight who benefited, banks, not ordinary people, rather than a literal description of the funding mechanism. The real economic injustice wasn't that taxpayers paid the money directly, but that public monetary power was used to protect private finance rather than households or workers. Yeah. If you can print money, see, this is the thing. They make it about, when you say, oh, it's the taxpayers that funded it, it's like, oh no, the taxpayers paid for this. Well, they shouldn't have done that, but we better not help out any real people, because then the taxpayer will have to help them too. But if you drop this taxpayer word, it's just the word bailout, really. They got a bailout from the state, and the state decided to print money and give it to the banks, let's say. Well, they could have decided then, the state, to print out the same amount of money and give it to private households or workers. They could have given it to people that were affected so they didn't lose their houses. That would have been much more humane, I think. If you're going to give them money, then continue to print the money out and give it to everyone. Like, you have that power. You have the power to create the money. The state bailed out the banks using capacity to create and issue money. Taxpayers did not literally fund it. Why would the right want to further social mobility? The whole thing is conserving the traditional caste and the value system associated with economic value systems. Printing dilemmas. Printing money is theft, no matter whose side of the aisle you are on. Yeah, but like, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If they're going to literally bail out the banks to stop the economy from going under, then do the same with like average people. Bail them out so then all these people didn't have to lose their houses. Because when you say, oh, taxpayer funded, like kind of thing, everyone's just like, oh, well, I guess we shouldn't hit up the taxpayer for that. But if it's just a bailout, then like if it's framed like this, oh, it's going to hurt the taxpayer, then no one wants to do it. More taxes does that. A black in one set of books means a red in the other, though. And why was that bailout given to the banks and not those who actually lost their homes? Yeah. More taxes ever helped middle class ownership grows. More taxes maybe never helped middle class ownership grows. Maybe that's what you're saying there, Ben. It's wild seeing so many Aussie small businesses acting like mini empires and kingdoms. And it's like, well, this is projection and your invisible systemic oppression. And this invisible systematic oppression. Well, you just said. $1 trillion in interest payments every 100 days. America is fucked. Like, the banks didn't let people keep their homes. Yeah, like, why? That's even a better point in Dr. Nathan. They didn't even have to fucking print money. They could have just been like, no, we're not going to allow anyone to default until this crisis is over, or something like that. It could have just even been a choice. It wouldn't even have to be a monetary policy decision as, okay, all right, we're going to bail out banks. Let's use the same power we have to bail out people as well. Not frame it as this, oh, the taxpayer's got to pay for this. The taxpayer's got to pay for that. Oh no, future generations are going to be screwed. No, if you're going to print the money out, print it out for everyone then. That's why normal people paid for it in the end, because it saved the institution rather than the people. That's kind of flies in the face of by the people, for the people. Well, like, that's the thing. And because they frame it as a taxpayer issue. And they're like, oh, well, look, we're in debt now. And now you're going to pay for that as the taxpayer. When we know that it doesn't have to be like that. They really could just eradicate the debt if they really wanted to. They could print the money to pay off their own debt. That's how they could do it. They could create a mechanism and print money to pay off their own debts. They could do that, but they decided not to do that. And they then put the burden on to the taxpayer. But it's not that simple. It's not just, oh, we took out this money, so the taxpayer has to pay for it now. They can pay off their own debts. They make the money. Not as it's a choice. Yeah. Interesting. Don't fear the WEF. Fear the banks that finance them. Interesting. Well, they're all like kind of incestuous though, aren't they? They're all connected somehow. Yeah, very interesting. Invisibilized systematic oppression. Sorry, got it. All right, back to it. Sorry.
Banks were failing. Investment plummeted. From the
Green and Labour want more public housing. How'd that help home ownership? Oh man, Ben, we could go on for days about this. That's right down my alley. And that won't help home ownership, but it would definitely affect housing affordability by competing, allowing there to be real competition within the housing market. It will definitely help housing affordability. Will it help home ownership? Of course not, because you can't own public housing. So it's not going to increase the stock of home ownership, but it'll stop the people that have all the power in the housing market at the moment, the people that can afford to buy houses, which are usually people that already have, houses anyway. It'll stop them from being able to purchase it, which will relieve the housing affordability situation. Just my opinion, though. So you probably don't want me to be in charge of housing policy, I'd say.
Hyper-commodification of housing and deregulation of banks created a firestorm that collapsed under its own weight. In 1999, this guy passed legislation that would repeal the Glass-Steagall Act, a 1933 regulation that forced the separation of investment and commercial banking. Commercial banks were what we know as normal banks, where you would deposit your checks, help you store your money, etc., while investment banks or firms invest for long-term future growth. Keeping these entities separate meant the banks where you would deposit your paycheck couldn't invest, or more accurately, gamble with your money to potentially lose it. You see where this is going. Throughout the 2000s, commercial banks were granting subprime mortgage loans for homes people could not afford, a practice that would have been illegal before 1999, and in 2008, it stopped American capitalism in its tracks.
The state of our economy calls for action, bold and swift, and we will act, not only to create new jobs, but to lay a new foundation for growth. We will build the roads and bridges, the electric grids and digital lines that feed our commerce and bind us together.
After the bailouts passed under Bush, Obama then passed the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009. The federal government took a Keynesian approach of public investment into various programs that would also benefit working or middle-class Americans. But under the surface, something else was happening. Bush's bailout bill allowed legacy industries and finance and other sectors to buy back stocks for record low prices, enriching executives in companies and centralizing control. While Obama's stimulus plan wasn't the same explicit bailout seen under Bush, there were stipulations to help normal people, but those were all side objectives with the ultimate plan of, quote, stimulating the economy, which is short for enriching the same rich people who got us here. His stimulus plan saw massive public investment in digital infrastructure such as fiber lines, granting this cloud capital to these corporations with American taxpayer money. Thus, the state facilitated what we now know as big tech and the creation of this cloud capital. Yet, we've only scratched the surface of what techno-feudalism entails. The reality is, its project is much more vast, and the implications will be felt for decades to come.
The WEF is just a think tank for the top 1,000 corporations. The real players are above them. Also, not sure if you caught any of my coverage on Zohran's housing policy last night, but there was something he said during it which caught my attention. What if we took a portion of that housing off the market? Sounded very familiar. No, I didn't get a chance. I didn't get a chance to come back to my laptop at all last night and do work. But yeah, I didn't get a chance to catch in. Yeah, what if we took a portion of that off the market? Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. And so they should. Like, housing affordability or the housing crisis is a crisis born by the market. So, take it off the market then. Housing doesn't have to be on the market. There's no universal law that says housing must be an exchangeable good. Housing is a goddamn human right. That's what it is. Very interesting. Hey, me and Zohran. Hey. Strange bedfellows. We're getting along these days. Avalava. Yo. What's up? Give up everything. All of it. Then pay your damn rent. Yeah, fuck that shit. Hey? That's bullshit, isn't it? Then pay your damn rent. Give it all up. Pay your goddamn rent. It's bullshit. It's good to have you. Hope you're doing well. I wonder if our new housing development aesthetics nationally will ever move beyond the block core or McCafe core, also known as outdated before it's finished core. Because more houses mean less demand, but the Greens have no real monetary policy in order to achieve it. It's just Geelong bad about housing. Rich people need to fix it. The similarities between Vienna and Canberra housing market until the 90s is very interesting too. Yeah, I think you've brought that up before, actually. Sorry, not Geelong. LOL, I feel bad. Spell check for the win. More taxes won't help more homes be cheaper to build. Government paid $20 million to build an apartment block. If houses actually look not shit, I might actually want to own a house. But if I do, it's likely going to be filled with mold and made from cursed lime from ancient First Nations shell middens 200 years ago. I'll send you some of the stuff. There was one lecture by the ANU professor I watched, which went into detail about the residualization of the public housing in places like London and Canberra, and how Vienna has held strong, staying in a pepper-potted universal housing system. Interesting. Yeah, please. Share your propaganda, please. Have a laugh. If you're wondering what we're doing, we're doing the techno-feudalism thing. Doing better after hearing your American accent. Thank you very much. The market. How you doing? I'm well. I'm going back down the techno-feudalism track because I've started to hear people speaking about it again. I've seen it like popping up. Maybe it's just my algorithm, but I'm seeing it kind of pop up again here and there. These talks of techno-feudalism, especially kind of with all the, the heat that people like Peter Thiel get these days, completely unwarranted. The man's it's a goddamn gift to humanity, and everyone just gives him a hard time. Poor Peter Thiel. But like, yeah, I guess in the context of Thiel, and like Larry Ellison and all of these types, Yanis Varoufakis's work comes in and out of relevancy. And so I thought we should be looking at some updated takes on techno-feudalism. So we're looking at something by Epoch Philosophy. And it's about a month old. So, good indication, I think, of where people's thoughts are at. Like, it's got 157,000 views, so they're doing well for themselves with this piece of content. So it must be relevant to more people these days, especially in the context of seeing more and more of the tech bros in our lives all of the time, right? New York will never be what it was now that Wall Streeters do it all online. New York City is headed for a fall. That's interesting. Yeah, I wonder if they prefer to work from home, these guys.
Moving them on through the heart of LA.
There's a political angle to techno-feudalism we have yet to touch on. Despite the common myth of capitalism as a system inherently separate from the state, in realities, economies in the state have a long history of colluding together and making each other stronger. Yet, the United States, in 2025, stands alone as one of the largest examples among a historical few. I'll give you a hint where else we've seen this. Techno-feudalism might describe the economic arrangement, but a new descriptor of our political reality is popping up. In the same verbiage, techno-fascism has been coined. Like traditional fascism.
Well, you can't say fascism? Well, that gets him punched down, I guess, in the algorithm if he uses the word fascism. That's why he's protecting himself from it. That's interesting.
Far-right, authoritarian, anti-democratic, and nationalist ideology that molds corporation and state under a unified umbrella. We're seeing this play out in a new lens with US tech corporations. That sounds far-fetched. Hear this. Palantir, OpenAI, and Meta executives were just sworn in as lieutenant colonels in the United States Army. You heard that right. Technology executives are now officers in the US military. Yes, that's a very real thing.
It's verified. Let's check this one out. Are there tech bros that have been sworn in as officers in the US military from companies like OpenAI, etc.? Yes, there are tech bros. Doesn't like me using that term, that pejorative term, tech bro. Wow. What happened on June 13th, 2025? The United States Army announced the formation of Detachment 201, Executive Innovation Corps, a new reserve unit intended to bring senior private sector tech talent into the military leadership advisory roles. 4 senior tech executives were sworn in as lieutenant colonels in the Army Reserve, with ties to firms such as OpenAI, Meta Platforms, formerly Facebook, and Palantir Technology. The 4 are Shyam Sankar, CTO of Palantir, Andrew. Let's have a look at these people, shall we? This is mental, yeah. Hey, oh, we've seen this face before. All right, there's a face for you. Andrew Bosworth, CTO of Meta. Let's have a look at this guy. There we go. So what is CTO? Is that Chief Technical Officer? Is that what that is? Kevin Wheel, Chief Product Officer of OpenAI. There we go. Bob McGrew, former Chief Research Officer. OpenAI, I've got 2. Okay. How to build the future from CRO at OpenAI. This is how you build the future. By drinking near the pool. Hey, this is how you do it. Crust Taint Officer. What's that? Jag in the house? How we doing? We are going down. We haven't done this for a long time, but we're going down the techno-feudalism rabbit hole today. I'm seeing, as I was saying just like 10 minutes ago, I'm seeing the term come up a little bit again here and there. Maybe it's just my algorithm, I don't know. But people are, it's trending a little bit more. And so I thought we'd have a refresher on the topic, and we're looking at something by Epoch Philosophy, a channel, and they've tried to grapple with the topic of what is techno-feudalism by Yanis Varoufakis. And yeah, we're going to just trying to get an understanding. And what I want to look at as well is not just techno-feudalism itself, but kind of an understanding of like a critique of techno-feudalism from kind of a leftist Marxist perspective. But first we're grounding ourselves in what it is. One of my favorite rabbit holes. I know. And like, yeah, we're back again. It feels like ages since we've done this, but here we are. 201, like event 201 before COVID. Am I remembering those numbers right? I don't know the reference. Interesting. Yeah, it's crazy how they code name this stuff as well, isn't it? Where are we? It's not about timing the market, it's about time in the market, particularly the housing market in regards to Oz. As soon as Zohran ups taxes again, the rich will just move and trade from anywhere they want. Not sure who's going to pay for all of those fast free buses. And well, if they do move, that'll kind of reduce the pressure, increase the supply, as you were talking about before. That was the plan all along. It's like Jake Shields beeping out every time someone says Jews. LOL. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? I wonder why they beeped out fascism. It must be for the algorithm so that it'll get caught in some net. I think they understand what's going on. Some of the middle class and upper class will leave too. Lower class will leave if they can't afford rent in New York. Yes. I think that was the issue he was platforming on, Ben, actually.
isn't just corporate cozying to the US state for the benefit of shareholders' value and profit, though. While someone like Mark Zuckerberg may never have an authentic, non-opportunistic thought in his life, and is happy to switch when things benefit him, in the case of Palantir, people like Peter Thiel and Alex Karp have both expressed deeply nationalist and supremacist sentiments. The intention of reactionary ideological projects go even deeper with Peter Thiel. Here's a clip of him at a 2010 Libertarian conference.
The basic idea was that we could never win an election on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority. But maybe you could actually unilaterally change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through a technological means. And this is where I think technology is this incredible alternative to politics.
What Thiel means by replacing politics with technology is replacing democracy with technology, using it to overthrow the means of collective power. No more consensus, no more democratic coalition between groups. The goal being, the ones who control technology are the ones who control everything. Since Reagan, we have seen the myth of small government and privatization to consolidate state power. But the Trump administration has taken this to another level. Just this year, after the economy froze, we saw Trump full-throatedly admitting to using his tariff threats to enrich billionaires and groups close to the White House.
He made $2.5 billion today.
Tech bros have been in the military for a long time. They are contractors, paid bucket loads of cash. Sometimes, very rarely, they leak a bunch of data in 2013. Yeah, they have. But like, this is officially in the military. I didn't know they were officers. I thought they were just contracting out and doing services for the military. But is democracy really that good? What kind of democracy is he talking about here? Corporations, capitalists have controlled the US since its inception. Yeah, it's a good point. It's a fair point. Hey, what type of democracy is he so worried about? I think actually Peter Thiel uses an apt term there. He's like replacing politics with technology. So the ability for people to be political, replace their chances of having any political say, replace that altogether. All right. Demo technocracy. That's the new word. Eh? They're replacing democracy with technology. Demo technocracy. That's how we're gonna classify it these days. Yeah, Peter Thiel, just get rid of the pretense of politics. And don't confuse yourself epoch philosophy with the idea that there is any form of democracy out there.
He made $900 million. That's not bad, because he's in financial.
A system of techno-feudalism accomplishes the political aim of demagogues while enriching existing oligarchs. Control is the point, and there is no better way to do this than keeping people poor. And one way you do that is by destroying ownership. There's a few ways ownership is under attack here. The obvious way is the actual ownership of goods. Your home, your vehicle, your phone, your food, even your education and retirement. We were promised the market and 401ks could facilitate a greater retirement than pensions. And yet, now the top 10% richest own 93% of the entire stock market. The other attack on ownership is of yourself, your esteem. The point isn't just to take everything from you, but to strip you of your agency, the expectation of you as a human being. This contrasts capitalism's hyper-individualism, where corporations can sell upon this idea of a cohesive self. In America, you buy a large truck while almost never using it for its intended purpose. You buy Apple products upon the marketing gimmick it's different, polished and colorfully refined compared to the generic feeling of Android and personal computers. In order to profit, capitalism must facilitate a strong, independent view of self. Ironically, the tech companies that promoted themselves as places where workers would be able to nurture their independence, where conformity was never expected, facilitated in offices filled with beanbag chairs. Those very places created this techno-feudalism, an economic ideology that seeks to flatten human existence. The relationship and adherence to an undemocratic state is a perfect marriage. The technology rapidly developing is becoming powerful tools of surveillance. Facebook, Google, all.
Just think the military had GPS in the 70s, so what do they have now that they aren't sharing? Not replacing, improving. And if you disagree, you're a bigot. 30-year-old girl on TikTok, she can't afford $4 million home on the beach in Sydney. Entitlement. Complaining she can't afford $4 million. Yeah. But like, what's your point, though, with that? Or are you just pointing out the fact that there are entitled people whinging that they can't afford a beach home in Sydney? I would like to know more.
Creating explicit maps of your life. Palantir and the Trump administration creating a master database on all US citizens, which, if that sounds unbelievably absurd, we covered that in a video linked above. Like all Goliaths, though, they eventually fall. We've operated under the presupposition techno-feudalism is a separate system from capitalism. There's debate to be had that techno-feudalism isn't something inherently new, but an incredibly weak phase of late-stage capitalism. While I won't entertain that debate here, we should note that techno-feudalism cannot manipulate in the same way as capitalism. Rather than promising you wealth at the end of the tunnel, techno-feudalism transparently siphons everything from you. It gives you less than what is needed to survive, with no future promise of something better. Just a shallow elaboration that you're more free driving DoorDash than working a traditional union job. An idea so preposterous, not even drivers believe. Capitalism cannot afford to not make promises. It must manipulate and lie to survive. And right now, in 2025, that belief is at an all-time low. Techno-feudalism does not have the same propagandistic capabilities as capitalism. It's far too transparent. Capitalism can sell lies to you for decades. It can sell ideals. Yet in techno-feudalism, the only real ideal it can sell you is subservience. This is good news for us. The further good news is that platforms present a single point of failure. Data centers present a single point of failure. State and corporate consolidation present a single point of failure. It's incredible how unstable of a foundation techno-feudalism lays upon. In 2025, this problem is further compounded by AI, the hilarious short-term goal of corporate executives who think AI can replicate human labor in the short term. This system is doomed to fail as soon as workers can effectively organize and labor can be rescinded. If techno-feudalism truly is a system beyond capitalism, one thing is for certain. It will be a far less stable system than capitalism and the prior feudal system before it. Thanks for watching.
Interesting. I wish they had clarified that last point there, why they think it's so unstable. I bet she follows the 666 rule for men as well. And when she's dried up with a shriveled womb, she will blame it on men. Savage. Savage commentary there, Dilemmas. Did you get that through YouTube censor? No, you didn't. Interesting. Yeah, okay. So that's, I guess, a popularized version of what techno-feudalism is. Like, I think they've covered some of the main points. The idea of rental extraction, which is a feudalistic style of property relation. Capitalism is ultimately a system of commodity production, so producing stuff for sale in order to get profit from that sale. And so you own the production, you control the production to make money out of it, and then you can reinvest some of that money to create more products on top of that and keep the cycle going. But the cycle expands. And the way that you produce stuff is not just because you have awesome technology. That's actually a new feature in capitalism. you actually do that because you control labor. And so labor is incredibly important to capitalism. Like workers, people like you and me, like we are the people out there that make the capitalist system work. It's not really the other way around. Like capitalists make capitalism work in the sense that they kind of manage, they've got their hand kind of on the wheel, but they're putting groups of workers together in terms of what direction they want to go, like what they want to produce, but like the workers make the value. And so it's a system set up to ensure or to keep that going, that system of commodity production going, so it expands and makes profit. But it's about ensuring the workers are controlled to a certain extent, and like controlled in the sense that they make value, and that value that they're producing is then the basis for the profit. Like, the profit is what the end goal is, but what's the basis for that profit is getting workers to produce more value than they need to just cover their own existences. And all of that stuff, all that additional value that all the people out there contribute in the economy, all of the stuff that everybody does, all the value or the hard work and the effort that people put in, that is controlled by a group of capitalists directly or indirectly, as a group, as individuals, whatever. They take all of the stuff that people produce and they use that as the basis for the entire system. And so the argument is then that we're moving away from that system where labor is important, and that is facilitated by technology ultimately. So we have technology now that is kind of managing labor for another group, like it's managing people creating data. You have apps out there, you have systems, you have technology out there that is, managing people now. Like it's managing you on social media right now. It's managing you, like potentially if you work in an industry where you need to download apps in order to get your jobs on time or get delivered your schedules, or you're told what to do through some type of system. It's managing labor that way, but it's mediated through technology. And so the relationship is changing where labor is being controlled by a small group of people through technology, and the value, as we were speaking about before, doesn't just come from laboring persons. It doesn't come just from workers. It's also being extracted from people that are interacting on the digital landscapes out there. So people being data mined. So every time you do anything online, like just click a button, touch your keyboard, that can be conglomerated, can be extracted, and then that data can go into some system somewhere so somebody can make money off that. Now, that is not related to the creation of value, though. So the creation of value in the market system, like laborers working away and doing something. Data value creation, it might not actually have any tangible benefit beyond the fact that it's just information. And information is important, but information is not physical value in the sense that it's not like, creating a product or a service of some type. It's important for data analytics and understanding how things work. But like that, it still makes money for someone down the line. It's still valuable because they can turn that into a profitable enterprise, but they need to conglomerate it. And that stuff is done at scale. Like individuals like us, we can't just go around collecting data because that data is useless. Because if we don't have the algorithms, the machines, the sophisticated technology to do something with that data, it has to be done en masse. It has to be done at scale, like large scale. And so that's where techno-feudalism is it's a concentration of all of this technology, these means of production in very, very few hands. And they're able to turn stuff that we wouldn't be able to without that technology and without the scale of that technology, without this absolute enormity of the scale, which is international. We wouldn't be able to turn that sort of stuff into value without the means of production that they have. And so one of kind of the Marxian lessons of that you can take from his understanding of history basically is not just like what this system of economy does, like capitalism, but like how the economy works and who controls what part of the economy, and that sets up the power structure. And so one of the things that Marxists, or Marx himself, would have talked about is the idea of the means of production. And so the means of production is how you create value in your society. And so it would seem in techno-feudalism, it's the same type of control over the means of production. These techno-feudalists, they control the data centers, they control the satellites, they control the digital technology, so the telecommunication lines that run everywhere. They control this technology, these means of production, and because they control it en masse, they're able to extract value from that system because they own it completely. And a big part of this was about subscription. So in capitalism, you traditionally buy products. If you go to a marketplace and you want to buy some goods or a service, like, you own those goods. As a customer, you kind of own that service and you've paid for it and you expect that service and it's yours to have. This world, though, is all about subscription. So if I want to buy a product now, or if I want to get access to a product now, then like I can subscribe to it. I can get it on finance. I can't actually own it. And so if the ownership of things is becoming less and less distributed throughout the economy and for people, and we are giving up our ownership for just like kind of being extracted, like for payments, then that ownership goes somewhere, and it's these tech companies that own more and more of the value and the stuff that is out there. And so it would seem a defining feature in techno-feudalism is a more concentrated control of the means of production than we've actually ever seen possible in capitalism before, or even in other systems before that, potentially, because there is more means of production now. There is more shit in an industrial society, way more stuff, but like nobody, or a very few amount of people own that shit. They own that completely. And so if they own all the means of production, and like they can just produce, they use that to produce value, and then kind of drip feed it to us, then that is a new system of social relations where labor is less and less important in that system potentially. And this is, again, facilitated by technology. Technology is kind of the big factor in here that like we can't get away from. 4AS is in the house. Yo, what's up? Give up your Giannis hot takes. And yeah, we've been trying to get like a kind of a new popular understanding of what techno-feudalism is today, and just kind of break down what capitalism is, what techno-feudalism is, and to kind of frame whether or not we're in techno-feudalism or not. Great summary. Clip it for the tube. Oh, thank you. Good point, actually. I'm just going to timestamp myself. What's the 11th of the 11th? Yep. Yeah, so that's where we're at today. Now, we're going to get, I think this is important, but we're going to get a Marxist interpretation of why it's not techno-feudalism is not happening. And this is actually from a channel I've recently discovered that Jag, you may be familiar with. This is from the India and the Global Left, and they're interviewing a guy named John Bellamy Foster, and on Capitalism, MAGA, and China, but the initial title is Techno-Feudalism is a Myth. So this gentleman, John Bellamy Foster, seems to write or be the chief editor of the Monthly Review, which is a Marxist publication that's been going on for a long time, it would seem, in the US. And so, yeah, you've heard of these. I hadn't come across them before. E-summaries for the boys. Yeah, so I hadn't ever come across them, and they seem to just do really kind of, long podcasty kind of episodes and stuff. So, yeah, I like this channel. I think I'm now a fan as well, actually. And so they've actually done something recently on techno-feudalism a couple of weeks ago. Like I said, it seems to come in and out of phase, the topic of techno-feudalism. And this guy provides kind of a Marxist explanation of that. So I thought it might be interesting just to see. Like I said, the Marxists freak out big time when they hear about techno-feudalism, because I think there's a bit of self kind of indulgence there that is like, oh, no, capitalism is our thing. We analyze capitalism and we tell people when capitalism is going to be finished. No one tells us, we're Marxists. And also, as Yanis describes as well, Marxists kind of like to think, or as socialists and communists generally, that they're the ones that are going to end capitalism and no one else. And so if someone comes along like Yanis and says, hey, techno-feudalism has killed capitalism, they get very upset about that, because it's their mission to take down the evil capitalist machine and no one else's. So, yeah, let's get a Marxist kind of take on techno-feudalism and why it's rubbish. Let's have a look.
New kind of categories like techno-feudalism, and to the extent that they even claim that this is very distinct from the earlier versions of capitalism, and some would even go further in saying that we are not even perhaps living under capitalism. What's your thoughts on that kind of literature?
Well, Varoufakis has been a friend, and his economic analysis, much of his economic analysis is excellent and overlaps with ours at Month Review. In fact, he's very influenced by the monopoly capital argument, but the notion of techno-feudalism, I think, is a diversion from a critique of capitalism. It's not well historically based.
This is a savage takedown. Like, look, I like Yanis Varoufakis as a friend of mine, but like, this is just a diversion. It's a shit go, basically. Don't go down this pathway of trying to understand our position in the universe, like kind of thing. Like, don't try to understand your world by thinking of techno-feudalism. Let's just stick with the old and tried and tested critique of capitalism, courtesy of Karl Marx, kind of thing. Let's just stick to that way of looking at the world here. We don't need to go on and create something new. We're still in capitalism, and we need to critique it as it is, instead of trying to see the world differently. That might sound harsh for old John over here, but that's pretty much the subtext, is like this. Thinking about techno-feudalism is just a diversion. Don't go there.
Of capitalism, it's not well historically based. The notion of, we're not in a feudal era, and we can't see it as somehow technology imposed on some kind of feudal parcelized sovereignty, right? Or it has a certain kind of attraction to people, the notion of techno-feudalism, because the tech giants and billionaires are very prominent, and they're presenting themselves almost like feudal lords and so on. But all that is a diversion from the realities of capitalism, the evolution of capitalism, and it's really part of a social democratic argument that wants to kind of solve the problem by confronting the tech giants and the billionaires, and getting back to the good old liberal order or social democratic order of the so-called golden age of capitalism after the Second World War. And I think that that's a mirage. We can't go back to that. We shouldn't go back to that. The only way of going forward is to confront capitalism itself. But by avoiding the question of capitalism and monopoly capitalism, you you essentially set up a politics that's social democratic and that doesn't really confront the world system, which is such a disaster. It doesn't confront imperialism, and it doesn't raise the issue of revolution, which revolutionary scale change, which is what the world needs now simply for survival.
So I think what he's touching on is interesting, in the sense that I think what he's saying is like, look, we still have capitalism, but like if you go down the path of describing something as techno-feudalism, then you're acknowledging that capitalism, it's easy to imagine the end of world that it is the end of capitalism, eh? Yeah, that's an interesting one. It's really interesting psychologically that, like, you know, you have all these people that are ready to accept, Armageddon, but like if you say, oh, we need a revolution and to change the capitalist system because, you know, it's not working, it's failing, like it's had its time in the sun, like let's move on to some other form of social organization now, people freak out and they think you're fucking mad. But like, again, suggest that the end times are coming and they're like, yeah, well, we did it to ourselves, eh? And I guess there's no way out. What he's suggesting here is that if you subscribe to the idea of techno-feudalism and you think that capitalism is over, there's no revolutionary potential there, because they've already figured out, like Marxists have already figured out, that this is how you analyze capitalism and this is how you fight against it. And you have to fight against it through organizing the working class and ensuring that they struggle in the economic sense as well as the political sense. So they, you know, do strikes in the economic sense and boycotts and, you know, destroy industrial capitalist enterprises, but then they also take over the political system in order to bring in a dictatorship of the proletariat or some type of workers controlled system. And so like that's the revolutionary theory of anti-capitalism, as they would put it. But like in techno-feudalism, what is being suggested is like capitalism doesn't exist anymore, and then thus there is no chance for workers' revolution. And so I feel like the initial response here is more like, well, it's wrong because there's no escape from capitalism anymore. And this is the thing that I was kind of making fun of before, is like Marxists hate things like trying to figure out where we are and describing it as a new economic mode, because like their whole life project gets kind of thrown out the window. Now, I wouldn't really see it like that. Again, like I find you use Marx or someone like Karl Marx's ideas to help interpret the world. And so like if Yanis Varoufakis's interpretation of the world makes sense from a Marxian perspective, then don't just be upset because it throws out your plans. Try to understand how it works to analyze our current position. What type of economy are we? Like, you know, it's not the 1850s anymore, and we do have technology that is kind of unbelievable to someone that, you know, grew up just 50 years ago, let alone someone that grew up, you know, 150 years ago or 200 years ago. Let's be honest. Let's be really kind of honest about that assertion. And the other thing is what he's suggesting, though, which I got to give this some, I'll give this some credit, is what he's saying is like, in the face of this realization that there's no such thing as capitalism anymore and we just have techno-feudalism, then the only response people have is social democracy. They're just like, oh, well, if techno-feudalism is coming and there's going to be kings out there, techno-kings, techno-feudal lords, and the Dark Enlightenment, we're going to have a CEO king like Donald Trump, and he's just going to serve a bunch of tech bro board members that control society. The only thing that can save us is social democracy. And so like we better double down on liberal democratic society, because that's the only thing that can, like, you know, liberal democracy is the only thing that can battle against the tech bros. Then we know when Peter Thiel says freedom and democracy can no longer coexist with one another, and so in order to have freedom we have to get rid of democracy, and says, you know, politics will be replaced by technology, says all these weird dystopian things, which is taking the rights, like, you know, political rights off the broad mass of people out there, all of us commoners, taking all of the rights, our rights away to political enfranchisement. When he says things like this, the only way to battle that is to double down on liberal democracy. I think he's got a point there that, like, without a further analysis of techno-feudalism and just saying we're in techno-feudalism, then everyone gives up on the revolutionary side of anti-capitalism, because there's no way out other than to fight feudalism with democracy, and that's not the answer. That's what he's saying. That's not really the answer. We don't want to just continue doing liberal, like, social democracy, even if it's good social democracy, and we all have, like, you know, a welfare state, we have universal health care and universal child care, and you know, even like universal housing, everyone has a house. We don't want to just revert back to capitalism with nice democracy or something like that, because this is the conditions that have brought us techno-feudalism in the first place, and it will continually bring us and deliver us into a world where, you know, we have crony capitalism and vulture capitalism and monopoly capitalism, and like all of the things that they like to describe, all of these stages of capitalism where it's completely predatory, and like they destroy all of the rights that people have until there's no rights anymore, and we devolve into a form of fascism, which the other channel refused to say. They do also call techno-feudalism people techno-fascism, because, like, in the modern context, like with all the technology in the industry we have and the way that we run societies now, it makes more sense to call it fascism, a distinct class society, where there are no rights for people at the bottom, or limited rights for people at the bottom, depending, I guess, if you're in the in-crowd or not. And so they call it techno-fascism as opposed to techno-feudalism. And so, like, I think he's got a point there. If we accept the fact that we've got techno-feudalism, then, like, the best we've got to counterbalance that is social democracy, which kind of sucks. But that doesn't mean that you can't have a revolutionary movement within techno-feudalism. What we have to do is decide who is the group that is antithetical to the tech bros, and has revolutionary potential in order to seize the means of production off them, to take control of the technology that they have. Who has the ability to do that? Who has that ability? And that's an interesting question. That doesn't mean you discount it because it doesn't have its own revolutionary theory. That needs to be developed. And if he, you know, as Marxists, they should be developing that theory, as opposed to being like, well, it doesn't have a theory, so we can't take it on board then. It's an interesting way of looking at it. I don't know, whenever people who obviously earn a living through screens and keyboards start to say things like technocracy isn't a real thing, I want to press X for doubt. That's funny. Whoops. That's me in a nutshell. Make a living through screens. I don't make a living. I'm just on a screen and a keyboard all the time. JB, well, all the 80s sci-fi was satire against techno-capitalism, and tech bros who watch American Psycho and think Christian Bale is the good guy think that Skynet is good, actually. Real democracy has never been tried. You mean that if you fire a Glock at a cop car, it doesn't blow up? This info needs to be relayed to the Transceiver shooting at DHS agents. Never mind. It's just the Latin kings. It's always those Mexicans. Patrick Bateman was a good guy. So good that he went into Cairo sleep in order to wake up and fight the Skynet in Terminator 4. Western liberal democracy equals end of history where nothing can be imagined. Can't even begin to think of indigenous futurisms unless you break through on the art media front and call it Marvel's Wakanda. Interesting. Western liberal democracy equals the end of history where nothing can be imagined. Isn't that funny? Well, it's dismal, his assessment, that like the only thing that people have left to battle techno-feudalism would be liberal democracy and the end of history. Let's just go back to the status quo.
when you said this harking back to golden age of capitalism, as someone from the global south, particularly let's say India, which is not China, which has seen massive amount of transformation within reform and opening, one of the things that I've often thought about this literature is, why hasn't this literature gained traction in the global south? And one of my hypotheses is that we haven't had that phase of golden age of capitalism. And that also ties to some of my critique of traditional Marxists from global south, who thinks that the post-decolonized pre-reform opening as something relatively progressive. I understand it was progressive than the phase of traditional colonialism, but nevertheless, that phase of capitalism was highly extractive, based on extremely informalized labor with, no.
Yeah, The End of History. This is what liberal democracy gives us. The End of History and the Last Man is a 1992 book of political philosophy by American political science Francis Fukuyama, which argues that the ascendancy of Western liberal democracy, which occurred after the Cold War and the dissolution of the Soviet Union, has reached not just the passing. Yeah, the end of history. Yeah, that's where we're at the moment. There is no successor to capitalism. We are at the apex of human civilization. Right. Sure, buddy. Apex my ass. So, I'm not going to continue with this one actually anymore, because I think after this they get into a discussion about social democracy, and like this idea of hearkening back to this golden age of capitalism kind of thing, which is something that has kind of been lost to us anyway. But like this golden age of capitalism that everyone's trying to relive. Like, do you remember after World War II how good capitalism was going? And he's just basically saying, yeah, fine, if you lived in America or like in the Western nations or something like that, or Japan maybe, advanced industrial nations at the time, there was a golden age of capitalism where everybody got wealthy. But like outside of that, in the developing world, like there was no golden age of capitalism. It was always just the imperialism that we're used to. And so they go down that path. But like that's the leftist critique kind of in a nutshell there, is that it can't be, like techno-feudalism can't be a thing because it doesn't cover all of the bases. Like it doesn't cover all of the things that Marxists have been able to think about for the last 200 years. So if it can't cover everything, then it's not good enough. It can't be an accurate analysis of the situation. And then from that as well, because it doesn't have any revolutionary theory that's built into it, any way out, then like, it's not legitimate either. There must be some type of class struggle definition built into it for it to be a verifiable analysis of the current economic mode of production. But I would argue that it is their job, it is the job of Marxists and stuff like that, to analyze the situation and say, and define what those class struggles are going to be in the future. If it's not obvious right now, they should be looking at this dialectically. They should be using like the theory of historical materialism and not saying, oh, it doesn't make sense from a historical materialist perspective. Actually apply that to the current situation and see if it makes sense, not just dismiss it outright. Remember how good capitalism was after World War II, when we still had segregation? Whoops, never mind. Yeah, interesting. Like, who are you arguing for here, Dilemmas? I didn't think I'd actually see a comment like that come from you. Yeah? Have no effect on you. Somehow, somewhere. Now, I want to finish off the main part of today's stream. I actually thought we'd have a bit more time for this, but like I wanted to have a look at some critiques of Mamdani, actually. And so like we're going to go for a leftist critique of Mamdani right now. Because like I'm seeing people starting to make kind of those, kind of give those analysis of Mamdani's victory. And it's a really good point at which to get these types of analysis, because nothing's happened. Like Mamdani doesn't start until like next year or something like that. So like there's this beautiful grace period. He's won, everyone's all nice and elated. Really all that he can do is say, oh, I'm going to have this transition team and I'm going to appoint this person to be my, second in charge, and all that sort of stuff. So he's making appointments, but he's not actually doing anything. So now like the fanfares happen, like the inevitable basically has happened. He won the primaries and like he smashed Cuomo. Like he didn't end up like killing him in the election, but like it was obvious that people wanted him over Cuomo, and then he ended up, actually winning the election. And so like people are coming out now and they're going to speculate hard. So like the big speculation on the right wing is that, and like right before he won was like, if he wins, everyone's going to leave New York. And like, has everyone left New York now? Like, I don't know. Like, have all the billionaires just got up and left? Because like they'd have the money to do that. They've probably got property all over the world, so they could just fuck off if they really wanted to. I wonder if that's actually happened or not. I'd say it probably isn't the case and it was all just a bunch of fear mongering, but we can see some analysis. So what we're going to do is get a leftist analysis of it, and then we're going to get a right wing analysis of it. And so we'll start with the left one because I think it's not as long and less developed, but like I want to see what the right wing kind of version of this is outside of the American echo chambers on like the Fox News kind of discussion points. So let's have a quick look at a leftist kind of interpretation of this. So this is someone called Chris Catrone. So I don't know if you've ever come across Chris Catrone before. For any of you lefties that are listening to this right now, Chris Catrone is described as the last Marxist, I think in jest, but yeah, Chris Catrone he's got interesting opinions. The Catrone zone, yeah. Is interesting, and he comes on a lot of the time and talks on Sublation Media, even though he's not part of Sublation Media, but like he definitely kind of exists over in that space. And so we'll hear his views on Mamdani, the Mamdani experience and what it means.
And so let's say something about the Mamdani victory, because I had like really mixed feelings about it.
Yeah.
Of course, I knew that it was coming, but then
This
this
is a typical leftist response. Like, and I say leftist, I mean like Marxist or like socialist leftist, not like liberals and progressives and stuff like that. I mean like people that have aspirations of anti-capitalism, not trying to make the system work. Super smart dude and fascinating lectures about but goddamn, he is monotone. That is hilarious. That's actually really funny. I poke fun at every ideology, left, right, commie versus capitalism, if the conversation isn't about the non-aggression principle and everyone's individual's rights. That's interesting. Yeah, fair enough. Then the conversation is just a dick measuring contest. That's funny. It's very funny. It's good to see you have a critique of capitalism, though. I didn't think that was very libertarian to critique capitalism. Right, yeah. Catrone. So this is very leftist in the sense that I have mixed feelings about Mamdani. I think everyone that considers themselves a leftist in that sense would have experienced that. I don't know, man. I have mixed feelings about this guy.
I had like really mixed feelings about it.
Yeah.
Of course, I knew that it was coming, but then when it happened, I was like, ugh. And I was watching like Crystal and Sagar.
Mm-hmm.
And Sagar was kind of like, didn't we already have this with de Blasio? And then Crystal was like defending de Blasio's record because he got like free pre-K,
Mm-hmm.
basically kind of city-funded childcare.
Mm-hmm.
So de Blasio was a mayor in like what? Like in the 2010s, I guess? Does that sound right? And maybe the early 2020s. And yeah, apparently got all of the stuff on the board that Mamdani's been claiming to try and get, right? Like a great affordable housing record, really good affordable housing record, got the free childcare as well. He was a mayor before Adams, okay, yeah. And so like did the stuff that Mamdani is talking about, which is interesting because you don't hear that in the conversation very much. It's just like, oh my God, he's a socialist mayor that's coming in, democratic socialist, going to upturn the entirety of New York. And it's like, well, New York's been here. They've done the stuff that he's campaigning for. Let's be honest.
For the objections of Andrew Cuomo as governor.
Mm-hmm.
of New York, but still got it through. So she thought that Mamdani can do similar thing. We'll see. But, you know, and I just thought, well, okay, the only difference between Mamdani and de Blasio is what, the position on Israel-Palestine?
Yeah, I think so.
Right?
I mean, maybe
And I'm
Mamdani
not
has a
even
few
sure about that.
Maybe Mamdani with his free buses and supposedly I've heard of some talk of free groceries or making
Set up
food.
grocery stores, basically a grocery, like a city-run grocery store, one in each of the 5 boroughs. So kind of a glorified, like not a food bank, but like a wholesale, you know, I'm not even sure if it's going to be means tested, but I don't think so. I think it's just going to be like a wholesale, like a Costco, you know, but run by the city and one in each borough.
Oh, okay. And it's not like you can just go in and get free stuff. You just
You
low
buy
price,
it.
the low
It's
prices.
low priced, right? And that, you know, people are complaining it's going to drive the bodegas out of business. And, you know, I don't know, maybe. I kind of don't think that will be the result, but who knows, right? And, you know, so it's all very peculiar, but it does seem like, you know, we dealt with this with the last election, vibe. You know, the vibe shift.
Vibe.
You know, so maybe Kamala didn't represent the vibe shift, but Mamdani does.
Right. Yeah, I
or
think
something.
I think no, I mean there's no vibe shift. I think Mamdani represents the last gasp of the Bernie Sanders, Jacobin, DSA moment and is a containing force. He is there to, the effect will be, I don't think this is his conspiracy kind of plan, but the effect will be to head off rethinking and radicalization, meaning getting to the root of things more than we have been.
It's
a savage take. Like if you think about it, like what they're saying is whether or not he believes in what he's doing or not, Mamdani, he's pulling people into kind of politics and like he's fixing problems that are meeting like the requirements, the needs of everyday New Yorkers that need, a bit of a hand in this economy because like things are tough at the moment. But like he's not really radicalizing anyone and he's actually stopping people from becoming radicalized in the sense that like he might get a few wins on the board, if that, and that actually people see that as the way that you deal with the issues that are around them, as opposed to challenging the system itself, opposing the system. They'll just be like, oh, we just need more Mamdanis that can give us, free buses and free childcare, and like fight against kind of the powers that try and stop us getting assistance with these necessities, as opposed to like the system actually produces those problems itself, and like let's stop the system. Let's just try and get get people that will squeeze out a few wins on the board for us. So the position here is that he will actually diminish the potential for significant change, as opposed to help people see the light and be like, damn, the system's pretty fucked up. We need to do something about it, right? Dilemmas. It is when capitalism steps on the rights of the individual. No one is above everyone's right to live their lives and how they see fit, unless it involves children. Then we got beef. Like I would put it to you, Dilemmas, then that it is actually capitalism that sets up the conditions that steps on the rights of the individual. It is this idea, this pervasive idea that capitalism really is something that doesn't step on the rights of the individual, that like hasn't actually been proven over a long period of time. Over like hundreds of years now, we've seen that in most cases, the way that capitalism works is actually to step on the rights of some individuals in order to elevate others above or to maintain the status quo. And capitalism has had plenty of time to try and show that it won't do that. But that's not its tendency, because its tendency is towards monopolization. And then that monopolization turns into power. And then that power lends itself to trampling on the rights of individuals. Indoctrination, oh, very much so. It's watching him trying to hit on her for 20 minutes and failing horribly. I don't think she could stop her Santos interview, but this honestly does. I remember a certain referendum votes that tried to pass yes on the vibe. Cringe. There's a lot of similarities between the Kamala campaign and the Yes campaign. And I was someone who volunteered heavily on the Yes campaign. I didn't know Eric Adams formed a group in his NYP days called 100 Black Cops Who Care, and basically taught young black men how to submit to the system. Indeed, and both would be terrible for populations had of said yes. I would agree, capitalism at scale doesn't work, and humans still have monkey brains and famine mentality. Yeah, it's scale. That's an interesting point, actually. I think there was a point potentially in Adam Smith's time when they would have argued for a type of capitalism outside of monopoly, and they could have done that, where they could have kept markets localized. And that may have worked. Decentralized market system, where monopoly is eradicated. And yeah, eradicated. Not just controlled, but eradicated. Yeah, that could work. I don't think yes would have been a bad thing at all. However, I do think they got the framing terribly wrong.
Some kind of gesture in the direction of how the Democrats will choose their presidential candidate in 2028. And again, what I had in mind, and you have a clip of this in the film in the last election, of Bill Clinton with David Dinkins in the background. And it's kind of like, well, David Dinkins, like the election of a DSA mayor, a black DSA mayor in New York, did not in any way have any kind of impediment to Bill Clinton.
No.
In fact, greased the wheels for it. And so I kind of feel like this is the desperate idea, though. And I know people in New York DSA, and New York DSA, I think, is different from any other place in the United States. Like, I think that this 90,000 volunteer army that helped elect Mamdani in the primary and in the general election, is heavily DSA. And it seems like DSA learned something about electoralism in that process. The question is whether it's generalizable. And, I don't think so, but I think that there are a lot of illusions. So at the time that Dinkins, was about to be elected mayor, we had also had Ruth Messenger, and she became Manhattan Borough president, also DSA. And so, we had a kind of DSA inflected city government in New York when I was in high school and then college. This was the time before Giuliani, and Giuliani came in later. And so that's the way I think of it. I think of it as like Dinkins led to Giuliani and had nothing whatsoever to do with stopping the DLC takeover of the Democratic Party, under Bill Clinton. So again, I'm always pinching myself at the level of am I missing something about progressivism? I took the millennial left to be like a socialist moment, but I always feel like I'm missing something about the progressive moment. But it also seems, I don't know, it seems rather thin, rather weak, but maybe I am missing something. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know, Chris, but I've always, when I didn't quite grasp the distinction between progressivism and socialism, the talking points of a return to basically the call for a return to the welfare state, whether it was Johnson's or Roosevelt's, dominated the radical left. And around Occupy, one of the major struggles that happened was whether between those who wanted to be more radical, whether that meant embracing Foucault or anarchism.
How good's the auto captions on Foucault? Fucko. So good. When you organize within the Democratic Party, you don't own your organization. Yeah, definitely not. And that's what's going to happen. Like, I've heard of a few people speak, and that's what's going to, if Mamdani has legitimacy or like integrity in his platform so far, like that's going to be like kind of squeezed out because he doesn't own the party that he is a part of. He is a member of it, not a contributor exactly. He holds the ticket. He's purchased a ticket to that party as opposed to owning the organization.
Or who knows what else, right? Like I remember someone at Blue Stockings saying, after Occupy, we're going to have sex differently. And I'm just like, yeah, we're going to do it with our ears. But anyhow, that was the Foucault radicalism, right? And those who wanted a very conventional left set of policies to define what
Soros bought his ticket. Yeah, I've seen that stuff. It's like Soros's son or something. He's taking pictures with Mamdani and people are losing their shit. Oh, he doesn't like what's that? He doesn't want billionaires. Oh, but like there are some that he likes, kind of thing. That didn't take long, did it?
Occupy is about, and that would be someone like Doug Henwood, who's at Blue Stockings as well.
Right.
And so for me, the question of like progressivism is just how it has always managed to seem like the sensible version of socialism in comparison to whatever harebrained affective stuff comes out of the anarchist contingency.
Right. I mean, that's
I mean, politics is a team sport despite the rhetoric to the counter. Try getting something done on your own, and you'll soon realize it is a team sport, 100%.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about it for like 10 years. Is that the neo-Stalinism, the social democracy, has been a kind of statism. And I've waited for the return of anarchism. I haven't really seen it. And then I realized that I myself was kind of doing it with the Campaign for a Socialist Party. And, and again, like there was a time back in the day when the people who annoyed me most were the anarchists, or maybe annoyed me second most. Maybe the people always who annoyed me the most were the Maoists. And yet it does seem like these are the two comparisons one can make with the Campaign for a Socialist Party, that it's like grassroots, long march Maoism or anarchism. The difference being that we're not going to kind of fetishize mutual aid or social action and reject political action on principle, but also that we're really going to resist any kind of folding into the Democratic Party, which is what the Maoists were always willing to do, of course.
Hans in the house. I just saw an article about a woman born with no brain just turned 20 when doctors told her parents that she would not live past 4. This means she has been voting Democrat for 2 years now. Very good. Welcome to the stream. No one person owns a political movement, and if they do, it's not a political movement at that point. It's a cult. Interesting. So is the extrapolation there that the Democratic Party is a cult? Because there are certain people that kind of control that machine. Or am I interpreting wrong there? All right, so look, that's enough for the leftist kind of critique. I want to watch this one, and I think I was inspired by you on this one, Dilemmas. I want to see if there's any legs to this. I'm not going to watch the whole thing if it's just this guy being a fucking douchebag, which he is more than capable of being. But this is a piece by Sargon of Akkad, I don't know how to say it properly. But like if you're across this guy, he's I don't know, a British right-wing influencer, I guess you would call him. He's a bit controversial, but I guess it just depends on your standpoint. But like, yes, Sargon over here is going to tell us about, why Mamdani is a problem. And so we're going to get a critique, a right-wing kind of critique of the Mamdani situation, which is outside of like the Fox News world that we see the American analysts driving home so hard, which is like Zohran, like everyone's like, it's the financial capital of the world and everyone's going to leave New York. And that seems to be their only critique. It's like, he's not going to get buses and everyone's going to leave New York. So let's have a look. Yeah. Well, most American political movement verge on cult-like Trump and Bernie both did too. Yes, they did. They did. No arguments there. You got CC'd? Who got CC'd? 4AS 146 at Dilemmas. Oh, you guys are having that discussion about what's going on with the yes vote. I'll leave you guys to that one then. All right, let's have a look at this guy. See his hot take on Mamdani.
The normie American right are freaking out about the election of Zohran Mamdani or something like that because he represents a tidal shift away from American politics as it was traditionally done. Now, American politics as it was traditionally done was done in a certain way, but there was always a kind of unspoken assumption of demographic superiority and demographic inferiority. So you have ethnic voting blocks for minorities and non-ethnic voting blocks for the majority, and the majority, of course, were the white Americans. And so the ethnic minorities were kind of dependents on the white Americans, but that paradigm only continues as long as those demographics hold true. And in the case of New York, well, in the last 20 years, things have changed. And so you can expect the politics to change with them. I mean, Zohran himself is an immigrant to America, and what he has done is built a coalition of foreigners to gain political power in New York over the native-born New Yorkers. And I saw lots of people post.
So, like, just one quick one. If Mamdani was born in New York, he would classify as a native-born New Yorker. See, this is the culture wars. And where does he stop and start this idea of a native-born New Yorker? Is it one generation? Is it 2 generations, 3 generations, 4 generations? Is it the original people that inhabited the Americas before Europeans started arriving over there? Like, what does he mean by native-born? You could argue for that for days.
Stuff like this. This dude's closing pitch ad is literally him speaking Arabic in front of the Palestinian flag. Yeah, he's a foreigner. They're all foreigners. Don't you understand what the demographic changes in New York have wrought? Like, this is genuinely his pitch and his constituency. And it turns out that his constituency is larger than the native white population of New York now. What has happened in many places in Britain, such as with our Gaza MPs, is happening in New York, and it's happened to one of the first or second largest and most important cities in America. This is your future, just like it's happened here. These people didn't need to integrate because you brought so many of them in such large numbers, and you allowed them to concentrate themselves.
Gaza MPs. I was wondering if there was a particular reference to that. That's an interesting one. I'm assuming he just means the fact that they have decided to support Palestinian statehood, like as a nation, I guess, maybe.
Particular areas. And they realized that if they've been given the franchise, which for some reason we just give everyone who comes to our countries the franchise, that they don't have to vote for you. They don't have to vote for Andrew Cuomo. They don't have to care. And I saw a lot of people saying, well, look, New Yorkers have forgotten 9/11 because they've elected a communist jihadi. And it's like, I don't think you understand. The people who voted for him were not in New York in 9/11. They were not there at the time.
Let's just quickly see if there's a breakdown of that. Can you give me an age breakdown or a generational breakdown of people? Can you give me an age breakdown or a generational breakdown of people who voted for Mamdani in the New York City mayoral election? So young voters aged 18 to 29 garnered about 78% of the vote. Among voters aged 30, he ran around 62%. Voters aged 30 and 40. So 30 and 40s, 30 to 40 are the people that would have been alive on September 11. He won 50%. Among older voters, his support dropped to about 29%. What's older voters? I guess that he won. 65 plus, sorry. So there's a cohort in the middle that's missing there between 50. Why don't they have that little gap in the middle there between 44 and 65? So he got 50% of people that were alive to have known 9/11, and he got 30% of people that were definitely, old enough to have known 9/11. Interesting. I just wanted to say, he's making the claim that obviously no one that was there for 9/11 was actually in the country at the time because they all migrated there, I guess. Ask ChatGPT why rent control is so bad. We're not after that topic yet. When we get there, when we get to rent, I'll ask. Just for you, hard. My issue with the Sanders-Mamdani populism aligning with the Democrats is the organization they have built loses momentum when it's inevitably co-opted by the 1% owned party and is just used as a release valve. Yeah, so when the time inevitably does come, when capitalism collapses, then you have lost momentum and end up with stuff like Occupy that means well but is unorganized and fizzles out, allowing capitalism to be reborn. Yeah, it is a bit like a release valve. People get really angry, they protest vote almost, and so they bring in some type of left leaning populists, and then they ride a wave into their position, and then the mechanization of the upper rings of the party destroys that, or stamps that out. And so it relieves pressure for a little bit. People get excited and they kind of rest on their laurels, and then the momentum is gone. It is an interesting situation, though. The capitalistic release valve against left-wing populism. And so the organization outside of the party is important. That's why it's interesting how the DSA kind of aligns itself directly with the Democratic Party as a political organization, as opposed to just being like, oh, we can endorse this particular candidate. It kind of is in the system. Why is rent control bad? One, because it's handed down through hereditary means, so very few people to the city can access it. Two, landlords can't make money off them. Big tears, small violins. Savage. There's your answer, hard. Indoctrinathan is our research assistant for today.
Those people have left, by the most part. And these are the people who voted for him were not in New York in 9/11. They were not there at the time. Those people have left, by the most part. And these are new people who are not only not American.
I wonder if that's a pretty huge claim. That everyone that was in 9/11, was around for 9/11, has fucked off. And 8 million new people now inhabit New York City. It's a very interesting call.
They don't care about your sacred cows. They don't care. about 9/11. If anything, a lot of them would have been on the other side of that question and not have appreciated America's response to it. They're there for prosperity. They're there to take of yours what they can take. And this couldn't be more explicit in his acceptance speech. Like, this is crazy how explicit and on the nose this is. He says this movement was made by Yemeni bodega owners, Mexican abulers, Senegalese taxi drivers, Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks, and Ethiopian aunties. But not Americans. There are no Americans involved in this, because what this is a coalition of foreigners conducting a kind of intersectional jihad against the native population of the New York, what's left of the native population of New York. They realize that actually we can form our intersectional coalition.
It's an intersectional jihad. An intersectional coalition.
A racial coalition of every race against the white man, and we can win. And so what that means is the structures in place in New York that were set up by those people 50, 60 years ago when New York was like 97% European, well, they're all things that they've been on the receiving end of. I mean, as Styx Hexenhauer puts here, this movement was built by people.
Bring out your violins for this guy. Give him a break. He's upset, obviously. It defers the responsibility of organization to their cult of personality leaders instead of continuing to do the work and putting pressure on the system from the outside. Yeah, it's definitely like a kind of pass over. Oh, the politic structure is there, so let's just insert ourselves into that race as opposed to maintaining the rage from the outside. And like, yeah, it plugs in, you plug it in, and then it releases the pressure, as opposed to maintaining the pressure and building that momentum from the outside. I get it. And that's bourgeois politics. That's bourgeois politics right there. In a system now where they've conceded this idea that they have to provide universal enfranchisement, working people fought to have actual political participation in the system, they understood, I think, the liberals, the bourgeois types, let's just say, understood perfectly well the threat of allowing everybody in on the democratic race. And allowing them into the system because they just thought that they would vote in their own class interest and take all the wealth away from the rich. And so, like, how do they manage that system? And then the way they manage that system is to have effectively two-party style political units all over the liberal democratic world. And like, obviously there are countries that have way more parties than the two-party system, but at least you have a minimum of two political parties that you can spread people across and have them fighting each other in the culture wars. So they never unify to do anything in their own class interest. They're always fighting against the evil other, which is basically someone that has the same material conditions as them for the most part. And so, yeah, left-wing political movements, when they get some traction, when everyone's upset with the woes of capitalism, plug themselves into the side of the Democratic Party and then deflate over time and then detach themselves again until there's the next atrocity or scandal and then everybody rallies behind. And the same thing happens for right-wing people, I guess, on the other side of the political spectrum. Other countries just have more options, I guess, for people to vent as opposed to participate politically. Caleb, the point is, those are all Americans, you marshmallow brain. What, the people that he's describing, where it's just like he's listed all of the different ethnicities that made up the vote for Mamdani. They're all Americans? No, they're not, because they're not white. Hey? That's the point. You missed it, Caleb. They're not white. And they're not Native Americans, native-born Americans. Even though if they were born there, they're still not native. And that's the real difference. Welcome to the stream, Caleb.
We exploited for decades as service workers. Yeah. But it turns out they can vote. And it turns out that if you have a socialist who's like, you know what, there is actually a shared class interest amongst all of these non-white races, then these can be stitched together into a coalition and thrown as a weapon at the establishment. Now, I'm not even saying it's not justified to do this. Everyone is aware.
We're on Twitch now for us. If there are new people that are watching this, please come and join us on Discord. Glad to be here. Yeah, come and join us on Discord. This is our community where we share propaganda with each other. So make sure you go and share your propaganda, please. If you're watching this, actually, all the people on YouTube, well, hit the like button and make sure you subscribe. Hitting the like button, I think, actually does help the stream get like in the search. So like bumped around in search on people's homepages and stuff. So hit the like button. And for all of you that are watching this, that are regulars actually, or you've been to a few of these streams now, can please go over and become a free member on Patreon, because I can get notifications to you much better than I can through social media. It screens it all. So yeah, please go and become a member on Patreon as well, free member. And if you can financially support, I'll love you forever.
Rent prices in New York, like, my God. And all of the everything there costs a huge amount. And everyone is aware that that is the case. And so I'm not saying that there isn't even a legitimate argument to be made there. What I'm saying is, these people will make it on their terms and not yours. And I swear to God, it was so weird watching people like Ted Cruz, the kind of normie Republicans, being like, well, this seems like an easy one in New York City. Vote for a Democrat, just a Democrat, who until yesterday were the most evil force in the world, or an actual communist jihadist, a literal Karl Marx quoting America-hating jihadist. Well, let's look at the demographics who vote for him, shall we? As you can see, it's only white men that basically didn't vote for him. White women, barely. But black men, black women, Latino men, Latino women, all other, 58%. Like, this was a collective assault by the global South on the traditional governing structures of New.
Is that legit? 43%, 48%. This is white men. I don't know if you can see that properly. White women, 26% to 44%. Black men, 60% to 30%. Black women, 52 to 44. Latino men, 52 to 36. Latino women, 48 to 45. All other, 58 to 33. Interesting. It's a takeover. It's a goddamn takeover. I knew it. LOL, this dude is trying too hard. Yeah. Well, look, fair enough. He's backing it up with hard evidence. He hasn't made any other massive assumptions in this piece so far. Interesting. The global South has collectively migrated to Brooklyn. Yeah, I know, right? This is the global South against the political establishment. Like, what is that? What's that about? The global South. How many of these blacks, here, living in New York or in the US, are from the global South? I wonder. Yeah, I would say a majority of the blacks are not African, in the sense that they would have absolutely no understanding of their heritage because they were brought here like, 300 years ago or something, but whatever. It's the global South versus the political establishment.
New York against the first world. This is them saying, we want your resources. And of course, Zohran has been saying all sorts of crazy things. Like, we're going to, just all sorts of hyper-socialist things. And this is what has led Ted Cruz to be like, well, I mean, aren't you worried about like an actual Karl Marx quoting jihadist? It's like, not really, because that's not something they care about. Like, a lot of the immigrant groups, if we go back to his list of people who are that made the movement, do you think Yemenis, Mexicans, Senegalese, Uzbeks, Trinidadians, and Ethiopians care about communism? You think they care about jihad or Islam? Do you think they care that what you say is bad is the prejudice of white Protestant America? And what they think is bad is what you are. And they're opposed to the way that you do things. Because these are people, I don't know whether you've noticed, from deeply tribalistic societies, not from individualistic Northwest European Protestant societies. These are people who do not agree with the way that America is run. They're just here to collect what they can out of it. And so what Zohran's pitch basically is we have the power to drain the established...
Rafael Cruz is the last person I would be quoting to boost my argument. All right, well, let's get our research assistant out, shall we? Let's settle this. Can you give me a demographic breakdown of voters who voted for Mamdani? Based on ethnicity. Am I tribalistic? No, it must be the global south who are wrong. That's so good. Asian Americans, 49% of Asian Americans voted for Mamdani. Among South Asian voters, 87%. Jewish voters, 33% supported Mamdani. 33%, sorry. White and non-Hispanic, 36% of white Caucasian voters. Black, Hispanic, majority, minority neighborhoods. Well, they don't have a figure there. Do you have a percentage for Black and Hispanic voters separately? He didn't quote the Asians or the South Asian voters, did he? In his style. Approximately 48% of Black voters said that they backed Mamdani. Approximately 45% said they backed him. Interesting. Very interesting. It's like ballpark. It's not the same. It's ballpark.
Established capital out of New York City and the power to drain the established capital out of New York City and redistribute it to ourselves. And they're going to do that. This is going to be what happens. Now, I'm not saying that this isn't going to have second or third order consequences. It obviously is. But why is this possible? Especially as in Minneapolis, you'll notice that the Democrat beat the immigrant. Well, how did that happen? Well, let's look at the demographics. In New York City, 30% of the population is non-Hispanic white, and 37% is first-generation immigrant. So, okay, what's it like in Minneapolis? Well, it turns out 58.1% of the population is non-Hispanic white, and a much smaller percentage, something like 14.8%, were not born in the United States. So the attempt in Minneapolis to collectivize the immigrant community against the native community, and again, not just the white native community either, failed. The same brand of, immigrant communism, Islamo-communism, is going to be been on display here too, but it didn't work, unlike in New York, because the demographics didn't...
Immigrant communism. Oh my God. So like everyone who is from another country that is non-white with Protestant values is coming from a country that is just literally full of communists. So communists are just anyone who's antithetical to, I guess, white Western political values. I guess that's what the commies are. It's always interesting to get people's interpretation of what the fuck communism is, because it's just a pejorative, an insult to anyone that doesn't agree with you and your Western values or your economic values or your cultural values. Anyone who's like opposite to that is a commie, is a dirty commie. It's always interesting to get that opinion. All sorts of crazy things like checks notes, freezing the. Oh no, that's a good one. I'm lowering food price. No, that's a good one. Free childcare. Ah, shit, this guy's not that bad, is he? No, but the funny thing is about like this type of analysis is that it makes it out like this is the first time in New York's history that there's been a wave or waves of migrants that have not only just come in and pissed people off, but have come in and been politically active. Like this is like kind of part and parcel to the history of this city, is that it is the landing pad for migration that has come not only from the Atlantic, but from all over the world. And when these people get to New York City and they form communities and they get politically active, this has been a pinch point for hundreds of years now. It's not just something that's happening right now. They would have said the same thing about people coming from European countries and Western countries at some point. They would have said the same thing about white people. Like, 100 years ago, they're coming in and they were staying on New York populations, the New York population, and destroying life for the native-born New Yorkers. It's just a repeat of an old story. And that's why it's the culture war. It's got nothing to do with class politics at all. Class war. It's got nothing to do with this guy, like as you've described, he's not talking about any of the policy stuff that actually benefits working people. This is just cultural bullshit, because they were having this same conversation 100 years ago, but it was like against other white people that he's so concerned about, I guess. This guy thinks all Native Americans voted for Curtis. Do you guys ever watch Media Watch on stream? They just did a Mamdani ep as a heads up. They released today. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe we could have a look at that, yeah. Oh, wait, Meme Media Watch. Is that like a different thing? We're talking about Media Watches in like the ABC Media Watch? I mean, these people have not seen Goodfellas. Yeah, Gangs of New York, The Warriors. Like, yeah, exactly. There's been so many waves of migrants over the years. Over the centuries now, that have disrupted what it means to be a New Yorker, I guess you would say. That's why it's just a culture warrior. It's a culture war issue for this guy. Doesn't mean anything.
Permit it. But when the demographics...
But they're commies now as well. Global South, Islamist commies. How many words can you throw in to scare people?
Do permit it. You're going to see that, because they don't care about the things you believe. They don't care about any of this nonsense about like Karl Marx and jihad or anything like that. These are your scare words. These are not their scare words. To them, they're thinking, right, okay, so we're getting to take something off the white man, do we?
Isn't that the most honest statement you've ever heard? Like, they're just scare words. Nobody actually knows what they are. The Islamist extremists that are coming in from the Global South, all the people that are criticizing them from coming in, nobody actually knows those things are. They're just scare words.
Brilliant. We're going to fill our pockets because you have allowed us to gain the political power to do so. This is the problem with uncontrolled mass immigration. You allowed them to set up their ethnic colonies, their enclaves in New York City, and all it took was some guy like Zohran to go around and go, yeah, well, you know what, guys? Collectively, we can take power from the white man.
Yes, that's the one. That's the one. The Intersectional Coalition of Global South Communist Jihadists. That's the one. Like, step aside fucking Antifa. They're the fucking, this is it. This is the invasion. Oh my God, this is going to take a while for me to write down. I have to write this down. I'll let him speak while I'm writing. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, it's on ABC News, the in-depth page. Not saying how they represent things is perfect, but interesting to see the takes nonetheless. Yeah, 100% it is. Like, it's interesting to see this take, isn't it? Hey? Man, that's the one. I'm going to have to write this down before I forget it. Guardian did a podcast being like, could Mamdani happen in Australia? And it's very mild takes, obviously, but still interesting. Yeah, fair enough. Could Mamdani happen in America? Wait, did I just turn it down? Or was it being that loud the whole time? No, I have just turned that down. Idiot.
We want. Remember how corrupt it was back home? We can do that here. And they will. Now, there will, of course, be second and third order consequences to this. There will be things that happen and come further down the pipeline. The question is Zohran smart enough to know that that's going to happen? Because a lot of people are comparing him to Sadiq Khan. And I think that's unfair to Sadiq Khan. Sadiq Khan is not an idiot. He is evil. And he, therefore not being an idiot, understands that if he goes full communist, which I'm not saying he wouldn't like, he will cause a massive collapse in London's economy. Well, Zohran, I've only seen a little bit from...
Okay, so the UK equivalent, the London equivalent of Zohran, is not a communist because he's smart. But like everybody else is stupid and they're also communists. So really, it's the intersectional coalition of the stupid Global South communist jihadists. Okay? That's the difference. There's good migrants who are, you know, billionaires or like in the business communities. And so like they're okay. Okay? And then there's like the rest of the poor ones that just want to bring their corruption over here. Got it. Yeah, we already have Mamdani. His name is Albo. Yeah, what an ethnic name that is as well. Albanese. Hey, what is that? Fucking, that's a wog name, that is. Got to get rid of the wogs. Elbow? Yes. Yes, so good. We have Michael Fucko, not Michael Foucault. And we have Anthony Elbow. we have Mamdani a home. I don't know if that's a complete sentence. We have Mamdani at home. All right. Remember when ABC had interviews with pedos in the 1970s and then hid the footage? No, I don't remember that. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'll let this guy finish.
From him, but he doesn't seem that smart. And he seems to genuinely believe the Islamo-communist line that he spouts constantly, over and over and over. And so I think he will go balls to the wall on this. And honestly, I'm kind of for it. Let it happen. I'm sorry, if you're a New Yorker who was
Tulsi Gabbard. I'd like to see Tulsi Gabbard too. But she would have fucking gabbered back in the day, eh? In her army days.
In favor of this. I'm sorry this is happening to you, but New York's been going downhill for a while now because of the changing demographics of the city. And unfortunately, you're just going to have to be used as an example to the rest of us. Because now you have the full spectrum narrative of the left that has been projected to a bunch of people who are not smart enough to understand that there are going to be consequences to this, and they're going to have to live through the results. Now, I just want to be clear, demographics is destiny, and it is not a coincidence that these people fled impoverished and corrupt countries. And when they arrive and they set up their ethnic enclaves and they vote for a person who is going to just essentially turn the city into a giant favela, basically, it's going to just replicate their host countries. New York, if he does what I'm expecting him to do, will just turn into a collection of third world townships.
All right, remember this. This is why we're watching this stuff in the first place. We've got two takes on this. We've got the lefty take where they're uncomfortable and they don't really see him doing anything socialist at all. Okay? They're like, look, you know, is he really going to do anything? Is he any more socialist than other mayors who have done the same thing? Free childcare, they've fixed housing affordability. And then you have this, which is like, I'm predicting it. It's going to be a fucking shanty town. New York is going to be a shanty town full of poor ethnic enclaves, you know, within, I don't know, a couple of years, whatever the fucking time period is. But like, we've got it now. This is the set, this is the stage, and we know where people's expectations are. And so we know where to gauge and how to predict the failure or the success of Mamdani's political career as the mayor of New York based on these metrics. All right, remember that.
And they will have exactly the kind of quality of life that you would expect. The people are responsible for the conditions in which they live. And so once they've drained the remaining capital out of New York, it will become exactly as you would expect it to become. And to be honest with you, I think we need this as an example. We need a good example of what this new left, this new socialist left. And one thing that the white socialists have failed to understand is they think it's class solidarity that has created this. No, this is racial solidarity. This is a racial maneuver against the white population of America, and particularly New York. This is not about class. This is about race. And that's the way that this is going to play out. And unfortunately, you're going to see the consequence of this. And I think it's going to be exactly...
Yeah. You should come to Brooklyn or Queens and see all of the multicultural enclaves already in existence. One of the best parts of the city. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Who would have thought? A little bit of diversity. Variety is the spice of life, so they say. Interesting. Very interesting. No, it's all going to happen now. It was fine before that. Watch what happens now. Ready, go.
As the Republicans in America are pointing out, look, the consequences of what you're going to do are going to matter. There is an ethnic dimension to all of this, and I bet that white people, the remaining white people in New York, just start leaving. There's going to be a huge amount of capital flight from New York. And
this is just the typical like American right-wing talking point here. Everyone's going to leave, so the demographics can get even worse now. You're going to have even more migrants coming in because they're letting them in apparently at the moment. And then capital flight and all the richies are going to leave.
And the revenues won't come in and things will stop working. And you've got to remember that basically everything this guy was doing was kind of ethnically coded anyway. When he was saying, look, violence is an artificial construct. Prisons are a form of oppression and we need to abolish them. That's very ethnically coded. He's not talking to the white population of New York, which is disproportionately underrepresented in their own prisons. He's not talking to those people. He's not helping those people. That's not what those policies are aimed at. They're aimed specifically at the immigrant minority groups who have now become collectively the majority. And so, yeah, if you're a white person in New York, I'd get out. What are you staying for? This coalition specifically is racially...
The intersectional coalition of Global South communist jihadists.
Targeting you to take your stuff. And it's barely even concealed behind ideological rhetoric. That's the thing. It's barely even concealed. So this is what you're going to get. And the thing is, what's funny about this is what Zach Polanski is trying to do in the United Kingdom. Now, our problems are also similar. And the Green Party will do this in certain areas, but I don't think it'll be nearly as extensive as what's going to happen in New York. But this is what the plan has been from this campaign. This is what all of this is. It's about weaponizing foreigners against the natives. And we're going to see the results of this. And like I said at the beginning, I don't think kvetching over this is actually a good thing. I think letting it play out is the important thing. There's no point campaigning against it because you have no way of campaigning against the immigrants who have come in. They don't share your worldview. They don't share your presuppositions. They don't agree with you on things. They don't want to be a part of your culture, which is why they're replicating their home cultures in your country. So honestly, watching him make an absolute hash of it might actually be a very good and instructive lesson on the dangers of mass immigration itself. Actually, the immigrants can just take over, they can just choose to elect one of their own, and they can just choose to enact policies that are designed to immiserate the white native population of that city and benefit themselves. And this will only last until the white native population just decides to leave, to save themselves from this kind of ethnic persecution. So like I said, I'm actually not upset about this. I'm sorry if you live in New York, but this has been going this way for a long time, and this is the inevitable conclusion of that.
It's the takeover. That's what it's all about. At the end of the day, this has happened because migrants have taken over. Do you think he believes his own BS? I think that someone like him who's been around for long enough now, he's ancient in this type of sphere, this right-wing kind of thought bubble. He would have come across enough counter arguments, theories, information, evidence, what have you, to discount some of the thoughts that he has. But like, you have to a certain extent, willfully ignore certain facts to be able to double down in your faith. Like for a lot of things, like movements, ideas like this, it really is like kind of religious. Like they're zealots. And so like you can push out ideas out of your mind in order to double down on your belief structure, as opposed to trying to reinforce your existing beliefs by arguing against that information that you're receiving, and then, you know, actually reinforce your worldview and make your worldview even better. You can just throw things out. I do think he believes it, what he's talking about. I think he really does believe his own bullshit. But I think he also understands that his bullshit gives him great power. And so he'll hang on to his bullshit and really believe in it if he has to, if it continues to mean that he has incredible influence, which he seems to have, I think. Definitely seems to have influence. Chicago has had left socialists for decades, and that city is going great. That's interesting, eh? Dilemmas, you are smashing all of my expectations today. Queens is considered the most ethnically diverse urban area on the planet. More than 138 distinct languages spoken. That's crazy. My God, that's Sargon's fucking nightmare right there. Do you reckon? What the fuck is Sargon doing on my screen? Welcome back. Interesting. I'm sorry. But like, maybe you can give us some insights into Sargon's way of thinking. Do you reckon he believes his own bullshit, as 4AS has put it out there? People may leave, but New Yorkers that are real New Yorkers aren't going to leave no matter what. Look at the flagrant interview with Mamdani. Actually, I always wanted to watch it. I never got around to watching that. Sargon believes in nothing, and in the end, both him and him were just shitty people. We're just shitty people. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I definitely think that he does believe in the power that he has, for sure. Maybe more than his own BS, and he wants to maintain that. No one is leaving. Look, Jack, we don't want to hear any of your fucking bullshit, all right? That we are being told time and time again that people are going to be leaving. People will leave. People are leaving, and they're leaving in droves. There's a mass exodus going on in New York City right now. There's capital flight. The billionaires are gone. It's going to destroy, I don't know, the housing market, something. So we don't want to hear any of this nonsense, because we've got it on great authority that people are leaving in droves. And they're all going down to Florida, apparently. He's looking at an immigration invasion through the lens of the UK, where they don't have enshrined rights. Whereas in America, people can speak without being arrested. That's interesting. Like you're talking about, they have an actual constitution that's supposed to enshrine their rights, as opposed to, you know, all of us in the colonies, in the Commonwealth, let's call it. Sorry. Yeah, I wish we had an actual constitutional document that looked at rights as opposed to just governmental structures. Useless fucking constitution. I watched Sargon versus Jim too many times, LOL. He's liberal as shit, with Andy Worski, and the whole internet blood sports thing really messed up a whole generation. Interesting. But America will end with a shootout, just like the Westerns. Latin Kings have put out a shot of sight order for ICE DHS, allegedly. This is like the recent shooting that happened at an ICE raid, right? Did they actually get shot at or shot? If the rich are good at anything, they are good at evading taxes. I'm Irish. Imperivo. All right, he might have some gold right at the end here.
And it's good to have it out on the table. It's good to have some honesty on display. It's good to see them forming coalitions of foreigners and saying, no, we're just for foreigners against you, against the native population of this place. And so it's honestly not a bad thing that this has happened. And it will be very instructive for the future.
Interesting. It's not a bad thing that's happened. Because then we can all point and say, this is why you don't let mass immigration happen. This is why I told you, I warned you, We have now a intersectional coalition of global South communist jihadists who are also stupid. And that's where we're going now. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. You've been fucking told. You've been told. You've been warned. And the New York City is just the test case for that. There's a book called The Artful Aussie Tax Dodger I'd like to read. Interesting. Well. Look, we've come to the end of the main part of the stream. We're going to be doing some afters and just chilling. So I'm going to have a quick break now, and then we'll be back. But if you've been hanging out today, thank you very much. Thanks for joining. If you've been interacting as well, and if you're watching this after the fact as well, thank you for doing so. And yeah, any interactions that you can do, like leave comments, hit like buttons, share this stuff, helps greatly. So thank you, everybody. Jet B's been in the house, just here to watch a trash fire. Dilemmas been talking as well. Who else we got? Indoctrinathan's been in the house. Avalava was here too for a little bit. Pious Jackbot, I saw you in the stream chat. Who else we got here? Ben was in here for a while. Who else? Jag was in the house. 4IS. Who else we got here? Han was in the house, stirring the pot today for a little bit. I saw that. Caleb. Welcome, Caleb. I don't think I've missed anyone. If I have, I do apologize, but thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your interactions today. It's been good. And yeah, we'll be back for the afters. We'll chill out and have a chat. Yeah, if you are hanging out for that, stick around. If not, I will see you on the morrow. We'll be right back. All right, we are back for the afters. Let me know if you are hanging out and chilling. What do we got here? Jedicus, you actually put in the rest of the quote for me for the Francis Fukuyama thing at the end. Not just the passing of a particular period of post-war history, but the end of history as such. That is, the end point of mankind's ideological evolution and the universalization of Western liberal democracy as the final form of human government. Yeah, it's such a shit take, isn't it? By Francis Fukuyama. This idea. Such a shit take. What's this? See you at the afters. Afters could get spicy. Too many dirty commies. Yeah, fucking tell me about it. They're the worst. Too many global South communist jihadists. More like it. They're the worst. I have to like staple that to the wall or something so I can read it out all the time. It's up there. It's Trans Tifa and the Intersexual Coalition of Global South Communist Jihadists. They're the worst. They're the fucking worst. All right, where were we yesterday for the afters? We were checking out Mr. M's history. If you weren't here, we were all hanging out. And we were looking at Mr. M history on the Israel question. Like, why is Australia even friendly with Israel in the first place? So I'm not sure if you're across that one. But let's see if I can find it again. What is it? Israel, I guess. And Australia. Were we ever friends? That's the one.
If you're Australian,
such a heavy Australian accent. My God. If you're Australian. Oh yeah, he did his plug right in the middle. I think we got past the plug actually. Let's have a look. Stunts. Let's just go back here. Let's do it. Too many cucked, non-libertarian thinking fools. Ooh, left first right. Newsflash, you're all wrong. He's a Shire kid? Really? That's interesting. Well. A pro-Labor historical Shire kid, a Shireling. Yeah. You can hear the accent, hey, it's strong. All right.
observer status would also enable Palestine to join international bodies like the International Criminal Court, where it could initiate legal actions against Israel. But I guess that time has shown that having an ICC warrant really doesn't change much for the leadership of Israel.
Yeah, from ScoMo's stomping grounds. Yeah, fucking hell. All right, so where were we at yesterday? Yesterday we learned about AJAC, so the Australian Jewish Israel lobby group. And we learned that AJAC actually does things more than just lobbying the government, but they actually sponsor politicians to go on trips to Israel, which I was astounded at because I was really trying to figure out how the fuck you get around our anti-corruption rules in Australia by allowing, you know, politicians to have paid holidays or paid trips to the state of Israel by a foreign interest group who is not really a foreign interest group. I think they run a bit like AIPAC in the US, as they probably describe themselves as representing the interests of Australia's Jewish population, although they're actually a pro-Israel advocacy group. So they're a blend of foreign and domestic interests, I guess you would say. But their job is basically to ensure that Australia's foreign policy decisions, if not all of its policy decisions, somehow move to support anything, any type of decision that can be made that would also support Israel. So they shouldn't be making any political decisions that are affecting Israel in a negative way. So we have the same type of interest groups that the Americans do, and the lobby style structure of interest groups that the Americans do, it would seem, when it comes to organizations that pride themselves on being pro-Israel and trying to advance the state of Israel's interests, and trying to impose that on our kind of policy, which is very interesting. Talking about questions over sovereignty there. So we learned a bit about that yesterday towards the end. And then we just saw like a general trajectory of or progression of the history of Australia and its support for Israel. So Australia has always been supportive of the state of Israel, right from its inception when it came in like 1947. The Australians stood with Israeli sovereignty and their right to exist. And then that progressively moved throughout history. There was a bit of argy-bargy here and there. It seems that Gough Whitlam was a bit of a dissenting voice in that narrative in terms of Australia's position on whether it should support Israel or not, or if it should actually call for the rights and the determination of the Palestinian people in antithesis of the operations and the practices of the Israelis. And so Australia had changed its tune a little bit when it came around to Whitlam's time. And then Hawke was a big advocate, it would seem, for Israeli rights and held that during his prime ministership until almost the end, where he started to kind of question that dominant narrative, which was support for Israel at all costs. Howard seemed to be of no difference to the general kind of neoliberal take on that, all of that. Keating, it would seem Keating was a little bit oppositional. But like then by the time Howard comes in, Howard's talking about how things need to be done to support Israel, and even got awards actually from Israel lobby groups because of his support for the war on terror, or like specifically the war on Iraq, and committing Australia to that conflict, because Israel saw the Western intervention in the region to stabilize the region as an opportunity for Israel to take more of a dominant role in the Middle East. And like their own policy from the 90s speaks and attests to that. Israeli policy was designed, like foreign relations or foreign policy was geared in a way, wasn't from this Mr. M history, this is just from other research that I've done, but like Israeli foreign policy in the 90s started to frame itself in such a way that it wanted to ensure that Iraq was destabilized. And it was really important that Iraq was destabilized because Iraq was a big kind of influential force in the region, as well as Iran, but they wanted to make sure that Iraq was dealt with so they could have more dominance over the area and destabilize all of the Arab nations around them. And they couldn't do that when Iraq was as powerful as it was. And lo and behold, there's a war on Iraq or in Iraq. And Australia gets in on that as well. So John Howard really got kudos from the Israel state and homegrown lobby groups for that. So everybody loves Howard. And then kind of Rudds comes in and kind of changes the tune a little bit, and starts to talk about issues beyond Israel, like just all-out support for Israel. And then we're now at Julia Gillard. So Julia Gillard seems to be the complete opposite of Rudd and is all in favor of all-out support for the state of Israel. And that's where we're at with Australia's history with Israel and where we've stood. And that's what we were watching yesterday in the afters. If you want to laugh, look at Sky losing it over Russell Crowe, talking up Albo on Joe Rogan. Rupert probably doesn't know what's up or down anymore. Oh, really? Is that recent? I can have a look for it. I would like to know if it's recent or if it's an old one. Let's have a look. Yeah, yesterday. Oh, okay. It's hilarious. Fuck, they put out so much content. My God. Oh my God. Lefties losing it. Russell Crowe swoons over left-wing politician. Is this the one? I guess it's this one then.
It's time for Lefties Losing It, and let's start with a fine example of the modern left. They're privileged, out of touch, hateful, angry lefties. Let's hear from Jimmy Kimmel's wife and show producer, Molly McInerney. What's happening in Australia? This was his... These people really are soulless. Now, let's go to another celebrity
Soulless.
who really should not speak about politics. Russell Crowe was on Joe Rogan's podcast and was asked about what's happening in Australia. This was his asinine answer, and a warning here. You may lapse into a coma in the next 36 seconds as you listen to this, as Crowe struggles to articulate his love for Australia's radical left Prime Minister.
Radical
What is wrong with the way Australia's run?
Well, we're a little bit lucky at the moment. We have a Prime Minister who's very much motivated by trying to help everybody, you know, which should be the job of a politician, right?
Sure.
To improve the lives of the people that they represent. And he's kind of inherited, a conga line of stupidity that was going on, you know, and he's trying to fix things.
Now, the lockdown continues with the media, including ABC's George Stephanopoulos.
That was it? That's what they're so upset about? Because he said that? First time I'll agree with a Bunnies fan. That's what it's all about. It's because him and fucking Albo are both Bunny supporters. That's why. Fucking Rabbitohs. Piss me off. Jimmy Kimmel is banging his producer. Don't dip your pen in company ink, bro. So much bias. Sky doing what it does best. That was it. That was pretty tame. That's lefties losing it. Unless that's not the whole thing that they did. I'll use your one. Your version. The shorts version.
What is wrong with the way Australia's run?
Well, we're a little bit lucky at the moment. We have a Prime Minister who's very much motivated by trying to help everybody, you know, which should be the job of a politician, right?
Sure.
To improve the lives of the people that they represent. And he's kind of inherited, a conga line of stupidity that was going on, you know, and he's trying to fix things. But of course, just the way things are reported, whatever, you know, there's haters on every corner. But he's a good man, and he's doing his very best, and he's, you know, working extremely hard. But, you know, like, he arrives off a plane the other day. He's just come back home from some very successful international meetings where he's established various trade things and opportunities and situations for Australia. Gets off the plane wearing a Joy Division t-shirt, right? Big band from his youth, and he's just a relaxed character, you know? He's been wearing a suit and tie for weeks on the road. He's just walking off Australia's version of Air Force One in a Joy Division t-shirt. So the member of the opposition wanted to point out, and did so in Parliament, that Joy Division is...
Yeah, is Rita's problem that he paused before responding? Yeah, that was him struggling to articulate it. That's interesting. Russell Crowe has replaced the drum line that replaced the cheerleaders with Albo doing a stump speech about future made in Australia. Interesting. Is Rita's problem that he paused? God, I guess, don't collect your thoughts. Rita doesn't like when people think. They might realize she doesn't have much to say. She doesn't have any integrity. Far out.
A Nazi term, and comes from a section of a particular parliament. That Joy Division is a Nazi term and comes from a section of a particular camp where the women were prostituted, and that's why it was called the Joy Division. And it's like, okay, what's the point of that, right? We all know it's a band name. Okay? We know it's a band name, right? And just because you like the Rolling Stones doesn't mean that you want rocks to be falling on people. What are you fucking talking about? You know, this whole stupidity. And that's what you're facing all the time. Picking up some pointless piece of minutiae and, you know, lighting it on fire and making a smoke screen to cover up the reality of the fact that that Prime Minister just worked his ass off on behalf of the country and successfully achieved a bunch of things and should be patted on the back, you know?
Japanese. What is...
Right. She didn't really show that level of context. I wonder why. They're trying to cancel Elbow. That's pretty woke from like, yeah, I know, right? So much. Hey, there's the woke liberal establishment for you, the woke coalition.
Speaking of, by this point,
She can be the minister of wokery right there. The thing is, Crow isn't wrong. Albo did inherit a Congo line of screw-ups. The problem is Albo thinks he's helping everyone, kind of like how the tech bros think they are doing what's best for the people. Sit back down, Susan. Yeah, libs are woke as fuck. Thank God they're on the right in Australia. They're pretty woke if they're worried about Joy Division being a Nazi, a call to Nazi culture and a reason to cancel Albo. Hey? That's some wokery, Department of Wokery stuff right there.
Who had returned to leadership of Israel and had been their prime minister since 2009. He now officially supported Palestinian statehood, but only if it was demilitarized. So Gilad was clear. We will not recognize a Palestine that Israel doesn't recognize. But there was one complicating factor. Her foreign minister didn't agree. You see, Kevin Rudd didn't just go away after he got knifed. He was suspected by Gilad of undermining her election campaign by leaking to the media. And so to get the leaks to stop, Gilad asked him what he wanted. Rudd wanted to be foreign minister. However, by 2012, Gilad...
Albo's dance to be the smallest target ever is winning him at least some fans. It has been a real ploy of his, or a play of his, just like, don't be a target. Don't do anything. Palestine? Yeah, I know, right? So good. I was thinking that too. Albo's dance to be the smallest target ever is winning. It's pretty much his just general persona policy. It's just like, hey, don't rock the boat. Should we look at the Mamdani media watch? Yeah, look, we can. Have you put it in the... Oh, no, I'll find it. But I do want to finish this. I just want to know where Mr. M History thinks that we ended up with our relations with Israel. I just want to know. God damn it. Albo and Trump has derailed the year-long plan. Sky had to blast him at every opportunity. Now they're stumbling around in the dark. Yeah, that would have given them heaps of ammunition, hey. And now they can't even use Russell Crowe against...
Rudd's popularity had tanked and Rudd's was resurgent, which led to him unsuccessfully challenging Gilad for the leadership. Obviously, his position was now completely untenable as foreign minister, so he resigned and Gilad replaced him with that retired New South Wales Premier, Bob Carr. This was what Carr said about Bibi's recognition of Palestine.
When Netanyahu told me, when I was in his office as foreign minister, that he wants a two-state solution, had given a speech only days earlier supporting one, he was lying. The plan all along was to use the settlements to block the prospect of a Palestinian sovereignty being created with the support of the world community on the West Bank.
In other words, Netanyahu...
Yes, I saw something with... He comes up in my algorithm as well. It's probably been tainted. Because I'm associated with lots of people now that watch all of this stuff. This is the first time I've watched M History. But yeah, it comes up... It came up with like an ABC collaboration. I was like, damn, that's crazy.
Who was giving the green light to Israelis to come and settle in the West Bank, completely fracturing Palestine's ability to get a continuous land. So he could give all the lip service about Palestinian recognition that he wanted, but his policy was telling a different story. And so Carr wasn't willing to let Gillard have the captain's call on this one. Rather than joining the 9 nations who were going to reject the motion, he instead pushed for Australia to abstain from voting, even threatening to call a party vote on the matter, which would have humiliated Gillard. Of course, this greatly angered pro-Israeli lobby groups in Australia. When Rudd came in 2007, he quickly settled Israeli concerns about a Labour government, but by 2013, there had been an expulsion of Mossad agents, and even under Gillard's leadership, there'd been the abstention from voting on Palestinian recognition. For Israel, a Liberal government could not come back soon enough, and thankfully for them, in 2013, Abbott brought them back.
The leader of Australia's Liberal National Coalition Party, Tony Abbott, wants to improve ties with Israel, which he believes deteriorated.
That wasn't AI, by the way. That was a real Jewish news broadcast from 2013. But if everyone did this right now, we could actually have an Aussie history podcast be the #1 history podcast in Australia. Every rating and follow helps catapult us to the top of the charts, and a couple thousand would definitely get us there. We have so many topics that aren't even covered on the main channel. It would honestly mean so much to me if you paused the video right here, clicked on the link below, and gave us a rating. But in 2014, Abbott made his first major move. Australia withdrew support for a UN resolution calling for an end to all Israeli settlement activities in all of the occupied territories. Netanyahu had now been back in office for half a decade and had long continued the blockade on Gaza.
I just love an Aussie poly to say Palestine, Israel. Are they in Australia? No? Then who cares? Yeah, well, keep living it in your fucking fantasy world, because it ain't gonna happen, man. It ain't gonna happen. Is this the stuff here? ABC News in-depth, New York's new millennial mayor. This is the one. Okay. Iran's goon platoon. So good with no context. This is my favorite ABC YouTube thumbnail. Iran's goon platoon. Yeah, all devoid of context. Still so good.
In 2014, Hamas kidnapped and murdered 3 Israeli teenagers in the West Bank. In response, Israel launched something called Operation Brother's Keeper. This was an attempt to hunt down Hamas, but saw 10 Palestinians killed, 130 injured, and 600 imprisoned. In the weeks afterwards, the violence badly escalated. Hamas fired rockets into Israel, but most of them were intercepted, though it did result in 6 civilian deaths. But Israel responded by much more effectively bombing Gaza, killing over 2,100 Palestinians, including approximately 1,500 civilians. Abbott voiced his support for Israel. AJAC obviously voiced their support for Abbott, but like with Rudd, his party dumped him in 2015 and replaced him with Malcolm Turnbull. However, Turnbull continued the support for Israel. In 2016, the UN voted on a resolution that criticised Israel for its settlements in the West Bank, calling them a flagrant violation of international law that had no legal validity. Now, this was only a vote in the UN Security Council, so Australia didn't get a vote. The vote was passed 14-0, with even America abstaining and not voting against it. However, Turnbull's Foreign Minister Julie Bishop said that in voting at the UN, the coalition government has consistently not supported one-sided resolutions that have targeted Israel. Now, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but it really does sound like we would have voted against the resolution had we been there. But then in 2018...
Moons out, goons out. I'm not sure how active the goon platoon is during No Nut November, though, eh? No gooner. No gooners, please. The gooner platoon from Iran. That's an interesting dichotomy too, isn't it?
The Liberal Party dumped Turnbull and installed Scott Morrison. If you're not Australian, the 2010s was basically a huge conveyor belt. But unlike the others, Turnbull didn't stick around to get his revenge, opting to leave Parliament entirely. This created a bit of a problem because the Liberal Party had now become so unpopular that they were in a real struggle to keep hold of his seat of Wentworth. If you're not from Sydney, it's the eastern suburbs which has a massive Jewish population. So the Liberals ran a very heavily pro-Israel campaign. For starters, their candidate was the former ambassador to Israel, Dave Sharma. But perhaps more importantly, at the same time as the by-election, Scott Morrison announced his government's intention to follow President Trump's lead and recognise Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. This is important because Australia's long-standing position has been to have Jerusalem's status be negotiated by Israel and Palestine, and so this was a clear shift towards Israel.
West Jerusalem is the capital of Israel.
Against all the odds, Morrison actually won another term in 2019. In 2021, when violence once again erupted, Morrison condemned Hamas for firing rockets, but crucially not Israel's use of airstrikes in response. Indeed, the Liberals went on to lose in 2022, which brought Labour's Anthony Albanese to the fold.
Why do you believe history will remember him as a weak politician?
Well, look, I'm sure he has a reputable record as a public servant, but I think his record is forever tarnished by the weakness that he showed in the face of these Hamas terrorist monsters.
So Albo joined Labour from that left faction that the Americans referenced. They were known for their opposition to Israel's occupation. In In fact, in 1998, Albanese co-founded the parliamentary group called Friends of Palestine, which was a coalition of politicians who fell on the Free Palestine side of the fence. So many had great optimism for what his government could do. In 2021, his Labour Party actually incorporated Palestinian statehood into its election platform, and after beating ScoMo in 2022, he reversed Morrison's decision to recognise Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. However, that was only half of the equation. You see, while Albo was moving further away from Israel, it was actually moving further to America. Just the year before, Scott Morrison abandoned our deal with France to have them build us a fleet of submarines to instead have America build them for us. The AUKUS deal also agreed to expand intelligence cooperation with America and Britain, which even further entrenched us as an ally of America's. Albanese voiced his intention to support the new deal. Now, many of you guys, including me, are no fans of this AUKUS deal at all. But to cut Albo some slack, if he just walked in and cancelled the deal, it would ruin our international credibility when it came to following through on deals. I mean, every country would just look at us and see a country that might back out depending on which party was in government. It's why...
But we just backed out, though. We did. We backed out of what happened with France to take up AUKUS. So, like, we got that reputation anyway, right? Right? Or am I not reading that line of argumentation properly? I wonder if you ask pro-Palestinian people if they would choose the struggle on the strip, or would they like to tax offshore resource profits? Would be an interesting poll. Ooh, Shari, I think she might be the worst cringe-worthy of all on Sky, of all of them. Big call. There's some cringe on there. Big call.
Foreign policy is a bipartisan thing in many countries. In 2023, Albo appeared with Biden and Sunak and recommitted Australia to the AUKUS deal. Now, at this point, this was a line that could be towed. We could move away from Israel without jeopardizing our relationship with America. But when Hamas launched their biggest ever attack on October the 7th, that became a whole lot harder. From October of 2023 to October of 2024, America provided $17.9 billion in military aid to Israel, its highest annual total ever. This aid included arms, bombs, missiles, and jets, which were used to invade Gaza in an attempt to drive out Hamas and free the hostages. The US also deployed naval assets to deter attacks from Houthis over here and from Hezbollah over here. President Biden repeated the age-old mantra that Israel had a right to defend itself. So the attack forced a wave of support from America, and Albo was in a diplomatic bind. If he expressed support for Israel's casualty-heavy invasion, then he would have explicitly endorsed an attack on Palestinian civilians. If he condemned the invasion, he not only had to deal with an angry Ajax, but also had to oppose his main ally. There was no easy way for Australia to untangle itself from its web of alliances. So Albanese repeated this line.
Israel has a right to defend itself, but how it defends itself matters as well.
During the beginning of the new stage of the war, the main critics of Albo were definitely the pro-Palestinians. Under the Labour government, Australian companies could export components to America, which were then refitted into F-35 jets, which were supplied to Israel. Albanese also froze $6 million to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency after Israel accused 12 of its staff of being involved in October the 7th. In fact, a Sydney law firm called Birchgrove Legal even referred Albanese to the International Criminal Court. But as 2024 progressed, it was the pro-Israel camp that was put offside by Albanese. When an Australian aid worker called Zomi Franken was killed by Israeli strikes, Albo told Bibi that he had to provide full accountability to those responsible. As footage of the occupation was broadcast into homes, Netanyahu's popularity tanked, and this was made worse when the ICC issued an arrest warrant for him in November of 2024. By this point, Albanese had voted against Israel at a number of UN resolutions, including a 2024 one which condemned Israel for restricting aid into Gaza. Tensions between Albo and Bibi had reached breaking point, and in December of 2024, they spilled over. After a synagogue was firebombed in Melbourne, Netanyahu wrote this: "The burning of the Adas Israel synagogue in Melbourne is an abhorrent act of anti-Semitism. I expect the state authorities to use their full weight to prevent such anti-Semitic attacks in the future. Unfortunately, it is impossible to separate this reprehensible act from the extreme anti-Israel position of the Labour government in Australia." Netanyahu hadn't just criticised Australia, but had singled out Labour. In my mind, it was a clear attempt to wedge Albo in between the two camps that were angry with him for the upcoming 2025 election. For Israel's perspective, the Liberals' track record was immaculate and would be a much more preferable option than Albanese's moderated approach. But more on that firebombing in just a moment. In April of 2025, Trump launched a wave of tariffs on all sorts of nations, including its loyal ally Australia. Functionally, this gave Albanese some wiggle room to decouple Australia from America. In May of 2025, Albanese smashed the Liberal government and won with a far greater majority than they had before. But for Bibi, his popularity had slid so hard that now even most Americans had an unfavourable view of him. So with a mega domestic majority and anti-US and anti-Israel sentiment running high, Albo finally had enough political capital in the bank to go ahead and do what he wanted to do in his first term and recognise a Palestinian state. Hamas was to have no say in this new nation, but crucially, this broke the policy of having Israel negotiate the borders of the new state. For Bibi, Abu had sunk the final nail in the coffin and had ended Australia's long-standing position of unwaveringly supporting Israel. Now, don't get me wrong, the Palestine March was, in my opinion, a great show of peaceful protest, but I don't think it forced Albo's hand. Labor had signed themselves up to this policy back in 2021, but was waiting for the right political climate and wanted to time it before the UN met in September. But as I've been making this video, there's been one final twist to the Israel story.
Ooh, final twist. Israel should have the same self-defense rights as Aussies. You can only exert force on the aggressor with the same level of threat they pose against you. See how Israel goes with that doctrine? Yeah, good luck. And like, what are they going to do with all their weapons? What are they, like, what's America going to do? It uses Israel as a vehicle to get rid of its surplus stock so it can keep its military-industrial complex going. That's for sure. And they use it for weapons testing too, trying out new technologies. That's coming from your libertarian perspective, I'm assuming, right? The aggression principles that you're using there.
Remember that Melbourne synagogue that got burnt down? Well, Albanese claimed that the arsonists were working on behalf of a nation state, Iran. Except a lot of people don't quite get the motive for Iran doing this. However, there would be a very strong motive for Israel doing this. The burning of the synagogue was brilliant political ammunition for Israel, as it legitimized their appeal to righteousness in that opposing the government of Israel always results in increased anti-Semitism. If anything, this would only work against an enemy of Israel, but it could functionally serve as a bone that could be thrown to the Israelis after relations had broken down. Look, I'm just stating what the popular conspiracy is. I have zero evidence for it and don't know if it's worth believing. We'll have to wait for the government to become a little bit more transparent with the evidence. However, a conspiracy theory that I do believe...
From what we understand, there was no evidence presented. From what we got when we found out the ASIO report was released by the government that's implicated the Irani Revolutionary Guard as somehow authorizing and supporting a terrorist attack on Australian soil. And that's why we withdrew our ambassadors. Well, so we withdrew our ambassadors and kicked out people from their embassy. It was all based on some random report that was drafted by ASIO. And like no other mention of it at all. I don't think we have had the chance to see any evidence, if I remember properly. Well, if Israel can use excessive force against its enemies, why can't I use excessive force when someone violates the non-aggression principle? That's why I was asking. It's from your libertarian principles. Like they should be able to defend themselves, but they need to use commensurate force. So if Hamas is like firing rockets into their territory, then they fire the same rockets back, etc., etc. Yeah, got it. If it's really about self-defense, as you're saying, if it's actual military aggression though, or genocide, then different story. And that's where the true delineation lies. That's how I know Albo doesn't care about all Australians. Equal rights for all, no more, no less. Interesting.
Is that the CIA were responsible for ousting Gough Whitlam. An ex-US intelligence officer has even explicitly said this.
Well, yes, Mr. Whitlam was not a popular figure at all, to say the least. Did they say why?
Click right here to watch it.
Dun, dun, dun. There it is. There it is. Thank you for sticking through with that one. I do want to get an end to understand Australia's sordid history with the state of Israel. And it seems like we've been really good friends. Has Israel been really good friends with Australia? I don't know. Okay, so here it is. New York's new millennial mayor offers a masterclass in modern political campaigning. Media Watch. I want to see if the IDF used paragliders and rockets made of pipes. No more interceptors, etc. Yeah. Yeah, again. Yeah. Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming with your libertarian principles on this one. Doesn't apply when you have the military tech behind you. All right, let's have a look, shall we?
CNN projects that Democratic Socialist Zohran...
Oh, this American speaks too fast already. I don't need to play him at extra speed. Let's try that again.
CNN projects that Democratic Socialist...
But I'm being hyperbolic. I actually don't care about Israel-Palestine. Right. Hence why you said that thing before. Right. But do they care about Australia or do they care about other states?
Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic candidate, will be elected the next mayor of New York, New York.
It is a major win from Zohran Mamdani, a candidate that was basically unknown to the city about a year ago.
Evening, comrades. I'm Linton Besser. Welcome to Media Watch.
Comrades? Get it? Hey.
And the Big Apple was last week transformed into a pink lady with a democratic socialist seizing power in the richest city in the world.
A pink lady? So is he saying it's the red apple? Stole that from the New York Post, I think. Hey?
World, and vowing horror of horrors, a touch of wealth redistribution.
The 34-year-old promised free childcare, free transport and rent freezes, triggering the largest turnout in the city since 1969.
I will wake each morning with a...
Evening, comrades. Evening to you, Scribblicious. How you going? Welcome.
Singular purpose, to make this city better for you than it was the day before.
Mamdani's promises of a cheaper Manhattan in defiance of the establishment earned him in victory this New York Post page one for the ages.
The red apple.
On your marks.
Get set. Zo! Socialist Mamdani wins race for mayor.
A millennial mayor and a digital native whose rise and rise was incubated not by stuffy newspapers and television programs, but by smartphones and social media, prompting headlines like these.
Zohran Mamdani, the internet's mayor.
How Zohran Mamdani turns social media engagement into votes.
So how did he do it?
I can't stand the voices they use to read the headlines. They're worse. They're much worse. I don't know how I get that. Nathan, I got a high-res version of that cover. Now that's my wheelhouse. I have a little spew every time I see Israel flag flying in Australia. Now my missus points them out just to see me crack it. That's hilarious. Welcome, Wuzel. How we going? Actually, on the topic of Indoctrinathan, are you streaming this afternoon, Indoctrinathan? I want to know if we're going to be rating you very shortly. If you're still listening to this, let me know. And let me know if we are rating. Oh, yes, yes. You're just anti-ABC. You know, I'm just anti-shit sound bites. Like, that was just, they're just annoying.
And what, if anything, might it mean for political campaigning in the twilight of traditional news media? One of Mamdani's first breakthroughs was a video compilation of curbside interviews with New Yorkers so fed up with the system they voted for Trump.
We need childcare that is affordable. Buses should be free. The hike in the Metro cards is like totally unaffordable.
My name is Zohran Mamdani. I'm going to be running for mayor next year.
Before long, social media popularity became the bedrock of Mamdani's mayoral campaign and needed constant tending with stunts like the polar bear plunge.
I'm definitely anti-ABC. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. Cut the budget. Get simple soundboards. Yes, that's the thing. This is it. This is what happens when you have the government supporting stuff like this. They just waste their money on fancy soundboards. You should cut their funding. That's really what I'm trying to say. Or less writing staff, so they farm out to channels. All I could think about was those sound bites there. Were probably done by fucking AI nowadays, let's be honest. Like, they're usually trying to satirize it from the perspective of that commercial media organization. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm freezing. You're wrecked as the next mayor of New York City. Let's plunge into the details.
And a fast food truck taste test.
New York is suffering from a crisis, and it's called halalflation.
Mamdani filled his social media with highly produced graphics and clips of authentic conversations and moments, which attracted tens of millions of views. At the poll, Mamdani won the support of 8 out of every 10 voters aged between 18 and 29, a constituency which consumes the news in a very different way.
I'm not watching linear cable. Like, literally, how do they find out about you? They're going to find out about you from
from their phones. Zohran Mamdani's mastery of the smartphone stood in stark contrast to his rival.
All these snippets could be Sora. Yeah, exactly, right? Replaced ABC with AI. That image looks like Sora. Does ABC really deserve that billion in funding? What if E got a little taste of that funding for truly unbiased and real fact-checking? Yeah, that's right. I could actually pay for our research assistant as opposed to just using the free version. How about that? Unbiased and not free service. So good. The video producer for Mamdani said he was inspired by Tim and Eric, which is wild. I don't know the reference. Tell me why it's so wild. Or generic cart on the side of the road. Who was the other person? We were watching the Channel 5 news thing, and they had there was another politician that was the inspiration for his social media campaign. Another local representative from New York who inspired Mamdani to use social media to launch himself to victory.
The independent former Democratic governor of New York State, Andrew Cuomo, whose attempts to connect with the youth of New York didn't quite hit the same mark.
On this shelf, I'm gonna destroy the Big Apple.
Oh, God, please don't hate me.
With his AI-generated videos so outrageous, this one was swiftly deleted.
Mamdani will be a job creator for drug dealers.
Guilty!
But Mamdani says you're free to go.
Even Cuomo's attempts to copy Mamdani's relaxed, camera-friendly rhetoric fell flat, proving not everyone has what it takes and setting a new benchmark for political campaigning.
Politicians are realising...
It says 6'7" and you will connect. Yeah, it's pretty much like that, isn't it? That's so funny. That's how you get people involved in the cause. Offer them free stuff, just like Mamdani.
That if you can't make noise for yourself on TikTok, YouTube and Instagram, you'll likely never win a race again. We're going to look back at Cuomo versus Zohran the same way we look at JFK versus Nixon in the first televised debate.
With his promises of hip pocket relief, Zohran Mamdani was merely tapping into a campaign strategy as old as money. What makes his victory something to think about, however, was the extent of its focus on vertical videos, shot and produced not for television, but smartphones, and the obvious traction it won him from a generation no longer reading newspapers or watching TV. Expect much more of this to come. And now to the $300 billion gaming industry, which has eclipsed film and music to become the largest sector of the entertainment economy, and which has us yelling ourselves hoarse at teenagers who just won't go to bed.
ROG Xbox LAX just arrived, so let's go ahead and get it unboxed. The Xbox LA is designed to look like an Xbox controller in the hand.
That was it? So now they're going to talk about gambling? Is that right? That was the Mamdani section done for you right there. Interesting. Very interesting. And they do that. They cut their comments out. So annoying. So annoying. Yeah, I wish they had comment sections. See people giving the ABC what for in their own comment sections. Damn, makes you sad that you don't also have a parasocial relationship with Clover Moore. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Hey, could you imagine? Every time you turned on, hey, you just went up for a little doom scroll. Hey? Getting her interviewing people on the streets of Sydney, jumping in Sydney Harbour, going for a swim, doing the polar bear challenge. Nixon won the debate on the radio, but JFK won it on TV. The looks and height of the president really mattered, and that's how shallow seppos are. Savage. Savage. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, so I don't know if you guys have seen this, but we might as well. This is very, very fresh, I guess. But here's the boy himself. The winner himself has just announced his key appointments. So he's going to be his deputy mayor and his chief of staff. His doing all the
First,
rounds at the moment.
I want to announce my first deputy mayor, Dean Fullahan. Except that I know for many, he will require no introduction. I'm grateful to him for returning to public service, and I know he has chosen to do so because he believes in our administration's ability to deliver universal child care, making the slowest buses in America fast and free, and freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants in this city. Dean has been an incredibly influential leader and manager in New York City government and state government for almost 5 decades. No one is better versed in how city government functions, how it engages productively with leadership in Albany, or has a deeper understanding of how to achieve positive outcomes from even the most challenging of situations.
So you guys talked a lot about the big sweeping.
I also want to announce my incoming Chief of Staff, the unparalleled L. Bisgard Church. Few have played a more central role in this movement, or in every victory we achieved together in the Assembly than L. She became my Assembly Chief of Staff nearly 5 years ago to the day, worked closely with me to win hundreds of millions of dollars in relief for taxi drivers, and served as the campaign manager for our historic primary campaign. Anyone who knows Elle knows her as someone unapologetically committed to the cause of improving the lives of working people.
A million people said last week that they want more from City Hall, that they expect better from their leaders. They said loudly and clearly, it is not asking too much that New York be a place people can afford to live. The mayor-elect has received a Democratic mandate. We take seriously the responsibility of this mandate and all that it will take to run the city well. We will work.
He's trying to win the women's vote. I like women, vote me. He's also got his whole administration transition team as well that are all female, if you've seen that one. Trump wouldn't be as successful if he wasn't as tall as he is. That's why DeSantis wore heels during the Republican primary. That's interesting. Yeah, Trump is very tall, actually. I think he's like, what, 6 foot something, 6'2". I also like women. I'll vote for him. LOL. Yeah, it's fine. We see Clover Moore once a year when she comes out like she's the Pope of Mardi Gras and wants to abolish places to busk so we don't hear any music beyond her doof wagon float. That's hilarious. And here we are laughing in universal healthcare. Americans out there thinking they lead the world. They can't even understand the importance of paid maternity, despite saying they need more kids. Man, you are on fire today, Dilemmas. I am honest to God. I think this stream is having an effect on you. Seriously. Don't worry, you're affecting all of us too. But look at that. They want kids, but they can't get paid maternity leave. It's an interesting one.
Work relentlessly to make good on our campaign promises. During my tenure, I promise that this administration will be open-minded, strategically oriented, and pragmatically focused. We will be open to new ideas because we know the old ones aren't working. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome the Mamdani administration's first Deputy Mayor, Dean Fullahan.
I come from an immigrant family. My father, an immigrant from Lebanon, my mother, whose parents immigrated from Lebanon, and her first language Arabic. They struggled and succeeded.
Get rid of Tish.
And instilled in my brothers a deep sense.
That would be, he can do it, right? He can definitely do it. Like, just because he said, like, on some fucking debate somewhere, they were just like, what are you going to do about Tish, just to, like, trying to put him on the spot and then be like, see, he wants to defund the police or some bullshit like that. He could do it now. She's the chief of staff. He's got his deputy mayor right there. Like, they can start deciding who's on the chopping block or not. 100%. See, he doesn't have to commit to shit that he said at a campaign rally. interesting. Like, there is this police commissioner, Jessica Tisch, who apparently is from like the ultimate of the bourgeoisie that controls like New York, basically. Like, they're the premier real estate developers, the Tisch family. So, like, you know, like we're talking about the upper echelons of the bourgeoisie in New York. And he wants to appoint, or he said he will continue the legacy of Jessica Tisch, who is the police commissioner and who obviously gets to decide, you know, what police actions need to be taken, what they concentrate on, let's just say. And so he has continued to say that he will support the legacy police commissioner and, like, you know, placate the rich and powerful, basically, in New York. And, like, you know, he has the ability to change the police commissioner, because the speculation is that, you know, when he, let's say he tries to actually go for some of his more socialist policies, like, you know, trying to enact some type of rent control, let's say, or rent freeze, then, like, and the landlord class rebels and starts, like, kicking people out, who are they going to... Who is the police going to support? When the police are called for landlord versus tenant disputes, who are they going to support? They're going to support the landlord class. They're going to support the working class. And, like, Mamdani, by supporting Tisch, is setting himself up for failure in that regard. But he doesn't have to stick with her. You got to run. Have fun, y'all. We're about to run too. So thank you for hanging out, Squib. It's been fun. Dilemma: social libertarian, social programs for those that need it. Funded by our birthright resources, but stay out of my life and pocket daddy government. Yeah, just fund it by our natural resources. Hopefully we use them well.
Of public service and a commitment to providing others that same opportunity. The same is true of my wife's parents, who both immigrated from Korea. The mayor-elect has provided that same hope in every message throughout the campaign. I am one of the many that was deeply inspired by that message of hope.
Social libertarian is an oxymoron, does not compute. That's funny that you say that, because social libertarian is actually the precursor to socialism. Before it was called socialism or anything like that, they referred themselves as to libertarians. Social libertarians. It's not an oxymoron if you know the history of, I guess, political economy from, I guess, the 1800s, so like the 19th century. It's actually the original form of socialized politics. It was this deep belief that if you actually treasure the values of kind of the libertarian project, which is individual freedom, like the apex of the non-aggression principle, let's say. If you really care about libertarian principles, then you have to care about it from a social perspective, because if you socialize your political economy, that will actually ensure individual freedom. This idea that you could have hyper-individualism or something like that, where everyone's just fighting each other, and that will produce some type of world that's not just a simple dog-eat-dog world, but it's actually got support structures in it that allow people to actually reach their desired level of individual freedom, then, like, it's all of this. It's all this. You don't actually care about individual freedom at all. You just care about market competition. Social via force is different by social via choice. Yeah, but your assumption is that the only way to be social is via force. That's just an assumption. It's a massive assumption. Because, like, the capitalist system itself begets government. It needs government. It needs the state to exist. And so the state should be working for a social purpose as opposed to supporting the business classes or the bourgeoisie, let's say. Taxation is force. Get rid of it. I don't care about taxation. I don't know how taxation relates to social endeavor, to be honest. How does your social economy work without taxes? Well, in the sense that the state, unless you're arguing against the state at all, but the state has control over money. So they can produce money. That's what we're talking about. To pay for said services, I'm assuming. You mean? I'd love to have this debate, but you're too late, Han. And like, I hold you to account for that. Control over money sounds like force to me. Then who produces money then? Like, I'm all for removing money, but that sounds very socialistic to me and social libertarian. So let's just get rid of money altogether. I'm all for that. I'm all for that, Han. Let's get rid of money too. Let's get rid of the state. I'm all for that as well. Let it wither away, as the MLs will say. We got to leave it there because I got to bounce, but we are going to raid Indoctrinathan. So if you can, please jump yourself on over to Twitch World. You know who you are. Anything can be money, but I only pay my taxes in dollars, i.e. force. Ah, come on. Now you're just changing the goalposts. Come on, stick to it. Stick to it. Anything can be money now, so you don't have a problem with money. It's just that it has to be done in dollars. I don't know, man. 4IS would love this debate as well. I know, and it's perfect. Like, come on. Look, Han, you bring up this debate. We're going to do the same thing tomorrow, same time, a little bit earlier. And let's do that. All right, let's do this. If you are going over to Twitch World, do it now. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. It's been an interesting afternoon. I'm a US citizen. They only accept dollars. Well, it sounds like you've got a problem with the US government there. They should allow you to pay in whatever money that you would like, it sounds like. All right, who is with me? We are rating now. Thank you, everyone. I do appreciate you hanging out for the afters. Han, come back. We'll make sure that we finish this one off tomorrow afternoon. Everyone else, I do appreciate it. And remember, until next time, I am, you are, we are a mystery. I will see you on the morrow. Have a good evening. Cheers. Or morning, wherever you are in the world right now. But enjoy it. See you tomorrow.